Rachel, is Chris in the meeting already?
Ron is here with us right now. He just got here, so.
Excellent. I am just standing by to turn the audio on. YouTube has started with the countdown. Do we need another 5 minutes?
Let me see who's here. So we have Brody, we've got Cheryl, we've got Eric, we've got Evan, Scott, Tyson, and also Ron. I know Tommy's coming after. Let's see. We have Kirk. So we just don't have Tommy or Kirk. And then Chris Haller is going to be online as well. So you can go ahead and start it. We have the majority here.
Okay, excellent. And you are now live.
Okay. All right. Do you want to start with this?
Yeah, so welcome to our Off-Highway Vehicle Advisory Council meeting. Hopefully everybody's got an agenda and hopefully everybody's had a chance to go through the application because we will not have a whole lot of time to read them word for word this evening. Let's go ahead and just quickly go around and do introductions. I guess probably the best way to do this, so we're not talking over each other, is I'll go ahead and introduce myself, and then we'll have Rachel call out each person she sees online. You can take a minute and introduce yourself. I'm Ron Tolman. I am the full-size four-wheel drive representative on the council, and I'm serving as the council chair this year.
My name is Rachel Toker. I work for State Parks, and I'm the OHV grant administrator. Okay, let's see. So we have an 801 number. Not sure who that is. To the person, who is that?
I can't believe that you don't have my number memorized, Rachel. This is Chris Haller, Utah Division of Parks and Recreation Off-Highway Vehicle Program Coordinator. I'm calling in now because I'm listening to a legislative standing committee, so I'm juggling both phones. So,
okay. Good to have you here, Chris. So I'm just going to go through ABC order. Becky, you are up next. Becky McBride.
Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Becky McBride. I'm going to be your secretary, taking over for Rachel, and I work for State Parks, obviously.
Okay. Brody, you are up next.
Brody Johnson, the ATV representative.
Okay. Cheryl, are you there?
I am. I'm Cheryl Butler. I'm the Forest Service rep.
Great to have you. And then Eric, are you there?
I am. I'm Eric Nelson, the dealer representative.
Okay. Evan?
Hi everyone. I'm Evan Glenn. I represent the BLM. Nice to see y'all.
Okay. Ian, for right this second, I'm just going to skip you. So you can get everyone for like advisory council. Kirk, do you want to introduce yourself? Kirk Chester. It says that you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Okay. Kirk, I'm going to move on real quickly and then try to see if that'll work after. Scott, do you want to go? I also can't hear Scott. Scott, we can't hear you either. Yeah. We can see you talking, Scott, but I do not hear you.
Can you hear me? There we go.
Yes, I can hear you, Kirk.
Sorry, Kirk Chester, snowmobile representative. I don't know why my mic's not working well.
Okay, it looks like Scott's isn't really working either. Scott, I'm going to move on to Tommy. Tommy, are you here? Okay. Tommy's not talking. Tyson, are you here?
I'm here.
Great. Scott, great.
I'm working on it.
We can hear you though.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay. There's so many settings and
You just muted yourself. But okay. So Scott's here and then Tommy George is on here, but I don't know how to unmute him. So anyways, Ian, would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Sure, yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ian Wright. I'm with the State Historic Preservation Office, and I'm the Utah Cultural Site Stewardship Coordinator.
Hey.
Great. Well, thank you. Welcome, everybody, to this quarter's meeting. Before we turn the time over to the State Historical Preservation Office, did we have any public comments come in?
No, so the public comment forum was open for a little over a week now and we did not receive any. We closed it today at 3:30 p.m. So as of yet, there was none received.
Great. All right, so Ian, I understand you have a presentation or some information to share with us.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go ahead and see if I can get my screen shared with y'all right now. And let's go ahead and do that. Can you see that okay?
Yep.
Yep, okay, good deal. Well, if you're okay with it, then is it okay, Rachel, if I just jump into it?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, well, hey, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm excited to get to know you and to share with you a little bit more about the new Utah Cultural Site Stewardship Program. I prepared a short presentation and to tell you a little bit about it, and I am excited to answer any questions that you may have. So moving into it, Utah is just an amazing place. It's like the El Dorado for archaeology, except unlike El Dorado, Utah's archaeology actually does exist. In fact, we have over 100,000 known archaeological sites in Utah, and many of these are among some of the most amazing archaeological and cultural sites found anywhere in the world, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware. They add a tremendous amount to both the richness and quality of our life, but not only for those of us who live here in Utah, but also for people who visit it and even read about it. But every day we lose just a little bit more of those, and they're a non-renewable resource. So how can you help protect and save these sites? Let's talk about the Site Stewardship Program. So what this is, simply put, is it's an opportunity to help protect and maintain Utah's archaeological and cultural heritage for both this generation and for future generations. And this is just an example. This is a picture of my wife and son and I at Butch Cassidy's home down by Circleville. So I'll get a little bit more into the details, but first let's talk about why stewardship is so important. There's a lot of different reasons, and let me skip back to that slide. But many of these sites are located or in locations that make them more susceptible to damage. And this can be for a number of different reasons. It could be from erosion, it can be from development. There's the natural elements, just wind, water, rain, things like that plant and animal, also unintentional damage. Oftentimes, many of us don't even realize that we're on a site, let alone potentially damaging that site. And that unintentional damage, sometimes that can come from sites being loved to death. You know, we all know those sites that we love to visit. So many people also know about them. And even though the intentions are good, that damage can still happen. And then, of course, there's vandalism and looting. So really what it comes down to for this new program is we need your help. And with so many of these sites, it's just impossible for federal and state managers, land managers to provide sufficient coverage to monitor all of these sites. And volunteers are really the backbone of the Cultural Site Stewardship Program. And you know, you'll start to see, if you haven't already, these programs popping up all over the nation, but particularly here in the American West, they're gaining a lot of traction. And they're very attractive because they provide a lot of opportunities for people to get involved in a lot of different ways. And you know, individuals, both groups, organizations, we want those unique skill sets. Everybody brings a different perspective. So that's what we're trying to capitalize on here. And the goal of the Cultural Site Stewardship Program is to protect our cultural heritage as well as the natural environment, something that I'm sure is very near to all of you. And we do this by educating the public and developing teams of volunteers, of like-minded individuals or organizations that can help steward these sites all around the state. The program stewards are really neat because they play a critical role in supporting land managers. And they do this primarily by visiting sites and monitoring them for either environmental or human damage that can happen. And then they report on the overall health of the site back to the land managers if there's any disturbances or threats, anything of that nature, and then we're able to make the next correction steps that need to happen. This is a relatively new concept in archaeology. For many years, archaeology was more of a gatekeeper science where we would know about it and kind of try to restrict that information. But now it's been proven that by incorporating the public into the archaeology community, we're better able to protect these sites. And this literally means everybody. Everybody is welcome to participate in this program. And we have stewards from all sorts of different organizations and groups. And that's one of the things that makes this so amazing, because we all recreate and use these lands differently. But you know, we're all very passionate about it. Question: do you need to be an expert to be a site steward? No, you don't. You don't need to be an expert. Stewards are volunteers, and we provide them with a very fun, interactive, hands-on training. Now, right now with COVID-19, we have a virtual option. So how it really works is we do a two-part training. The first part is an in-classroom training where volunteers learn all about stewardship, archaeology, the history of the area that they'll be monitoring. They also get to meet with land managers and talk about it. And we're doing, again, that virtually now. And then the second part's the really fun part. The stewards actually get to go out into the field with professional archaeologists and visit these sites, be introduced to them, and learn how to monitor them just like a professional archaeologist. And they're going to be visiting some pretty cool sites. And that's one of the benefits of this program. You know, another cool part of this program is we really work with volunteers to find out what sites match their interest. You know, perhaps they are more focused on maybe their interest, they have a period of history that's an interest for them, or perhaps a specific kind of site, like a prehistoric site, something that's more open that they can hike to. Maybe they really like rock imagery or architecture, things of that nature. We're going to hook them up. We really want this to be something that speaks to them, and we'll also work with their ability level. Do they like to hike? Would they rather do something that's accessible from a road? So the best way to protect these sites is to promote open communication between professional archaeologists, land managers, and the public. Individual volunteers and organizations who participate in this program receive some pretty cool things. They get one-on-one access to professional archaeologists. And for people who are interested in this area, that's very valuable to them because they want to know about these sites. They want to understand more about them. Also, we do continual education and opportunities for them to learn and to experience many of the other Utah's cultural and archaeological heritage. And then lastly, we help ensure all of this helps to ensure the long-term protection of these sites. And by the way, this is kind of a funny picture. That's Chris Merritt. That's the head of our department over there on the far side before Smokey Bear. So kind of fun. And really this program, it's supposed to be fun. We want it to be a good time. So it's all about community. Lots of great opportunities outside of monitoring for our volunteers, lots of activities, social events that they normally may not have access to. So that's another big perk of this program. And we're currently working with several organizations not unlike your own. And I realized when I put this image in there that these guys aren't wearing helmets, but it's a staged photo, so don't worry about that. But we have a lot of neat things that we can do. So setting up a stewardship ride, one of the things that we do with organizations is we set up stewardship rides, and this is where professional archaeologists essentially take these groups out on a personalized tour, and they visit cultural sites and talk about them. And then also, as part of the tour, we can often associate in a type of service project that kind of adds to the value of that opportunity. And that's something that has been expressed to us by many of the groups, is that service component, that ability to be able to take action and do something. This is also an excellent way to create awareness amongst your members about these resources and how to protect them. And then also it's a great way to build rapport as an organization that wants to be seen as good stewards of both the land and also the cultural heritage. And then many of our partners participate in this program because they're committed to maintaining access to trails. And this is a big help in developing better relationship with those land managers. And there's a lot of opportunity for that. The site stewardship program really is a win-win for everybody. I would love to work with each of you and your organizations to find a right fit, something that would help to get your members involved or more involved in protecting Utah's one-of-a-kind cultural and archaeological resources. And if there's anything that I can do, or if any way that I can be of help, I've put up some of my information here, phone number, email, and website. And again, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate all that you guys do. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Great. Thank you, Ian. Does anybody have any questions for Ian?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Ian, thank you for your presentation. I will also send out your presentation to the Advisory Council. And I'll also pass it on because there are some people that I actually know may not be on the OHV side of things, but who are very interested in archaeological stuff. So I will also pass it on and get the word out. But if anyone else has any questions or comments, go right ahead.
Thanks, Rachel. All right. Well, good deal. Must have crushed it. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate y'all. Is it okay if I jump off, Rachel? Okay. Bye-bye.
Sorry, guys. I kind of keep forgetting about the microphone and muting myself. Okay.
All right. Well, next on the agenda is approval of the meeting minutes from our October 28th meeting. Any comments or changes? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Is that Brody?
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
So who made the motion? Will you state your name?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. This is Tommy.
It's okay, Tommy. And then Kirk, you seconded it?
Kirk Chester will second.
Great.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? Okay. All right. Well, now we get to the meat of the meeting, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to do a little bit of homework over the last week or so. There's a lot in here. I'm kind of concerned about the time. We could easily turn this into a very long meeting if we're not careful. So what I think we're going to do is let's start out, and we'll have Rachel kind of review with us maybe some disqualifying items that she came across, and we can take a quick moment and discuss those and see if there's anything we need to eliminate. Chris, did you have anything you wanted to mention before we get started on that?
Thanks, Ron, and thanks each advisory council member. I apologize about my tardiness. Just wanted to attend a very important standing committee meeting regarding registration renewal processes. So proceeded forward. I just also wanted to elaborate and say thank you to Ian and SHPO for presenting. That information was a collaboration that we had at the beginning of the year with SHPO, the State Historical Preservation Office, discussing potential partnerships. And so wanted to have them present in front of the council so that the council could be actively involved and also provide information as our program moves, hopefully in a partnership with them on further promotion of cultural resource protection. As far as items regarding to the grant, I will end up providing any historical data and or potential questions that might arise and try to reach out to those project sponsors. I suspect that the majority of the council members have already done their due diligence and have reached out to those potential project managers regarding any questions that they had. So with that, I will go back to being muted because you've already heard enough from me.
Thank you, Chris. Rachel, could you give us a little bit of information if there were disqualifying items you came across, or any problems with the applications themselves?
Yeah, so as you guys know, we have 47 applications, so I think it's going to be a little easier if we just start with potential disqualifiers. For me, what I came across are some of the requirements that were not met. There were a few applications that did not have letters of support at all. So that was number 35, 36, 44, and 45. So if I pull up this, hold on, I'm going to share my screen real quickly. Okay. So if you guys can see this, I'm going to just move it a little bit so I can look at it. That is not it. Hold on. There it is. Okay. This is our scoring sheet for today. So as I stated, it was numbers 35 and 36. They're both from the town of Orderville. Does anyone else have any input on those or think that they're valid to potentially disqualify just due to the fact that they did not have any letters of support? Does anyone want to speak on that?
I would just like to say that if we decide to move ahead and vote on this, that we give them an opportunity to get those letters in. Orderville's a pretty small town with not a lot of people, and it may have just gotten away from them in this pandemic era.
So, thank you, Brody. So we do allow letters of support to come in up to 7 days after the closing date. And those were not submitted. At least I don't have any history of it. So we do allow extra time for those to come through, but we ultimately did not receive them.
Rachel, were they notified that they didn't have letters of support?
Let me just double check. I'm going to stop sharing real quickly just because I'm going through my email. I know that I checked for one of them.
If I could add something, this is Tommy.
Go ahead.
If we don't have the necessary information on the timetable that it was requested, I don't think we can make exceptions to that. I don't mean to be difficult, but we have a lot to go through tonight.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just trying to find who. Can I get back to you on that one? Because I'm going to do a little research and I don't want it to take too long. But we can move on to numbers 44 and 45. I know for a fact that I did actually reach out to them for those letters of support and did not receive any notification of them coming through. Sorry. Does anyone want to talk on behalf of those?
So
I think it would be in the same boat.
Yeah.
As 35 and 35 and 36, if that's the case. So.
Okay.
What are the thoughts on just basically rejecting the application just on that?
Oh.
Does anybody have feelings on that?
Mr. Haller?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask that question. And so if that decision is reached, then we need to remain consistent from here on out. And so if not having a letter of support that's received prior to a council meeting or included in the application packet, doesn't mean that the project isn't worthy. It just means that for this particular quarter, they were unable to meet the minimum requirements. I do believe that in those particular areas, like was identified through those applications, we're not saying that it's not a worthy project. At least I don't know yet because the council hasn't voted to either say yes or no. But I think it needs to be one of those additional requirements that if upon receipt, staff may need to send a reminder email or information to them indicating that their application was received, however, it was missing XYZ, and to try to fulfill those XYZ items. Now, that's where we get into a gray area because, if we go back and do that, then they may be missing a budget template, they may be missing this and missing that. So I think proceeding forward, I would encourage the council that if they do go the route tonight, that if an application is received and it's missing items, then that application either needs to be identified by staff and sent back and said that they didn't meet all the requirements at said time, or that do we allow letters of support to show up to the review time. Now, I can't speak for Rachel or other staff regarding that, but what I can say is if these applicants were not notified that their application was being reviewed tonight and they get letters of support that show up later in the week, then, that may be something that the council may want to take into account. So like I said, I can't answer that question, but just information for you to remain consistent on.
Question. So if they have an addition error in there or a wrong title, will that disqualify them also? If it wasn't filled out correctly?
Can you repeat that, Scott? I'm sorry. Oh, no. Scott, will you just repeat it?
You couldn't hear me? Okay. Would an addition error or a wrong title disqualify it then? How nitpicky we're going to be on the grants?
So on behalf of a wrong title, some of them actually did reach out to me. I believe it was, sorry, I'm going to mute. I think it's Chris.
I'm sorry.
You're going to be muted. So I believe that it is, sorry, let me look at this. Beaver County, they did reach out to us after the fact that they noticed. And as for addition and stuff, I did receive notifications of those. Ultimately, though, it is up to the council to decide whether or not. I think that if we do that, going forward, we do have to be consistent. Just another note, with 35 and 36, these were hand-delivered. And I believe, if I'm remembering properly, that I reached out to the person who delivered them, informing them that there was no letters of support, if I'm remembering that situation. So, and then Cheryl, it looks like you asked a question. So she asked, does the state have the capacity to reach out to everyone that doesn't submit something to ask for it? Does the application state that everything needs to be submitted by the due date? Or does it state that they can send letters late? So Cheryl, we do allow letters up to 7 days after the fact. I believe it was in the application as well as on our frequently asked questions. As for reaching out, I will say this time around, I reached out to more than half of the applications due to the fact that they did not have letters of support, because I started doing it at the beginning and then they just all kept coming in and I had to be consistent. Also, it was a new thing. Ultimately, it was very stressful and a long task to try to track people down, especially on the 15th. But so as for your question, yes, on the letters of support, we do allow up to 7 days for them to be received after the fact. And then this time around, I did reach out for specific things. But for the most part, it was just following up on letters of support and secondary signatures.
Go ahead, Kirk.
As an individual who has filled out a grant application, I think that they should immediately be rejected if they don't follow the instructions. Those instructions are fairly straightforward, and instead of trying to follow up and piggyback with that, they can be given a notice on the letters of support. But if they don't have the other requirements fulfilled, it isn't up to us as the OHV Council to babysit their application. It's their responsibility to turn it in complete.
I agree with that.
So I guess I would entertain a motion that, Rachel, when you receive applications moving forward, if they haven't fulfilled the requirements of the grant by the time the application is turned in, it needs to be rejected at the beginning and not sent to the council at that point.
So are you making that motion, Kirk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tommy George's secretary.
Okay. Do we want to vote on that? Is there any discussion before we vote? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
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 Are there any nays?
Sorry, one thing that I may add would be that in the situations like this where we have a project that may be a very valid project, but something was missed, somehow we communicate that back to the applicant.
I 100% agree with that, but I think the communication is rejected until all documents are received. It's not our job to try to follow up with them 15 times to get it. If they get a rejection stamp just saying incomplete application, please turn in these documents, they have the checklist, they know what to work from.
I agree.
I think the other consideration is that these are quarterly at least, and it's not the annual ones. The annual ones I struggle with maybe a little more just because that's a whole year until they'd be able to submit, for those bigger dollar amounts. These quarterly ones, if they don't get funded, they can come back in a few months if they didn't have the right stuff this time.
I agree.
All right, Rachel, were there any other disqualifying items that you came across?
So I came across some strange ones, but I think for the most part, it was the ones that I touched on. Another one that I did follow up with, but ultimately did not receive it till the 21st, is a secondary signature. I tried to reach out to them on the 15th and request it, and did not receive it. I sent an email and a phone call. Ultimately, I think it's a great project, but I just wanted to draw attention that as of the 21st, that's when we received the secondary signature.
So which one was that?
That was number 46. Is my pen.
If I can speak on that, that is one from Iron County. Mike Worthen had COVID during that time and was on oxygen. So I would ask that be taken into consideration because he was on quarantine and was not doing well at that time.
Any other disqualifying items?
Let me see. 44, 43. Sorry, guys. There's so many that I have to pull them all out. I believe 40 and 43. Let me just see this one. I think for the most part, that was what I had. There are some weird little things, but does anyone else have any that they believe should potentially be disqualified for not meeting the criteria?
Go ahead, Scott.
There was two that I called. Actually, one in Carbon County had the numbers wrong, and I went up and talked to them, and I told them, I says, you need to call the state and see if you can fix them. And they didn't realize they had made mistakes in how they put it together. And so I told them, I says, I don't know, you'll have to call the state and see if you can figure that out. Also, there was one, I think in Beaver, I think they had the wrong titles on it. I called them and says, hey, your titles were wrong. And I told them to call you and fix it. And it sounds like they did call you, Rachel, to fix those. So did Carbon County call you about their grant to fix it?
So both applications called me about their grant. So it's number 4. It's 9 Mile Trail Counter Project. They altered their budget after the fact. They explained to me that it is their first time applying. They realized it when it was brought to their attention. Ultimately, I said it's really up to the council to decide. But ultimately, it would be increasing their, I believe it'll be increasing their total budget and the amount that they are requesting. So their total budget, it looks as though it's supposed to be $3,221, I believe. And then their request was supposed to be $1,111. So I ultimately said it's up to the council. If they find that it's something that they could ask for an updated budget. She did send me some information on it. I believe it was also altered in the application on the Google Drive to reflect the changes. Nope, I did not update it. But ultimately it is up to the council to decide that. Scott, you're muted.
So the one with the wrong title on it, they got that fixed then, right? Okay, good.
So if I'm remembering correctly, it also had the title that they did want for it actually on the budget sheet. It's supposed to be the Beaver County Jamboree. That was altered.
Hey, Rachel, I think Scott's referring to the Carbon County one, not the Beaver County one.
I talked to two different people. I talked to the Beaver County one and also the Carbon County one. I just wanted to make sure that they contacted, and it sounded like both of them contacted the state on them. So that's what I'm just finding out now. So.
Yeah, and I can also show those if I can share my screen. Sorry if it's kind of all over the place. I apologize.
And Scott and the rest of the advisory council members, I know that Rachel followed up because both Michelle Evans with Beaver County along with Tina Henry with Carbon County reached out to me. And then I forwarded that information / request on to Rachel in order to allow her to follow up.
I apologize, guys. I don't know. I did speak with her regarding this. Let me just see if I can find the copy of it. Okay, her name is Tina. And let me show you the budget page that I altered to show the changes. Okay, sorry, found it. Okay. Okay, so these are the changes that she did make. So ultimately, if you go down to the budget page, she misunderstood this and divided it in half, I believe. And then ultimately, she is still requesting the $2,221. $2,221. And then her total budget is supposed to be $3,221. So ultimately, it's just crossing this out. There is no cash match, but they still are doing an in-kind match. And then as for the Beaver County one, it's just a name change. So.
Okay, so those changes have been made. Any thoughts on whether or not to accept those applications as changed?
Were the changes made ahead of the deadline?
No.
Okay.
Also, to discuss some other ones, number 3 and number 5, all from Paiute Trail Committee, their budgets were incorrect. At least from what I saw based on that, it looks as though the total project for number 5 is supposed to be $30,000 versus I believe it was $25,000. And then on number 3, let's see. I believe a calculation was incorrect. Yeah, calculation for the number of helmets, just a subtraction on that because they asked us to fund $12,500 of it, and then it would just increase their amount of cash match as well as their total project cost. And then one more just to touch on, Green River City, after the closing date, after the closing time, reached out to me and realized that they did not send the second part of their application in. So a lot of these applications are technically two parts. They're two different grants. So they'll either have the 360 trail project video for 3 trails, or they will have the At Your Leisure trail promotion. They did not send an At Your Leisure trail promotion episode. I spoke to them later on the night of the 15th and explained that it is a quarterly grant. If the application does pass, we have some options to go through, but ultimately they kept their grant in the running. So just wanted to bring attention to that.
Two that I wanted to mention, number 1 and number 2, the Paiute Trails Committee provided 1 letter of support from a third party, and their second letter of support was from themselves. I don't know that counts as a letter of support when it's from themselves. Anybody agree or disagree with that, or have a thought on that? Chris, do you have any input on that?
Yes, I do actually, and thank you for asking. So take a step back and think about things for a minute. What happens if a federal agency or even a state agency submits a letter of recommendation, but it's within a different division or section of that particular agency? So hypothetically, I'll use the OHV program as an example. So we have an application that was submitted. That application received a letter of recommendation from our shop supervisor. Does that application get kicked out just simply because it's got a letter of support from a whole different section within? So, and I haven't looked at that letter of support, it could be that it's coming from an education director with the Paiute Trail Committee. It could be a land use director or coordinator. So most of you that are on the call, you know how nonprofit or combined organizations work at different times. Different people within those individual organizations often have titles, and those titles sometimes they may look inwardly in order to get a letter of support because that person specifically is specialized in that section or that particular arena. And so I might just share that with the council to look at it through a different set of glasses.
Thank you, Chris. I hadn't thought of it that way on those 2 particular instances.
The only thing, and Chris, you can be 100% correct. Just to make mention of it, it is coming from the secondary project manager, who is the chairman. They
Chairman of the
do have additional letters of support, but I think it should be something that needs to be clarified, because it's not just these 2 applications. I have a couple other that have letters of support coming from the secondary signature.
Any thoughts?
So just my initial cruise of application number 1, they've met the minimum qualifications. They have a letter of support from the United States Forest Service. I wouldn't, if they met the minimum, if they have provided additional letters of support, okay. I think we might be we might be trying to find things that may not be there. Let me look at application number 2, but they've met the minimum like application 1, then I would encourage to proceed.
Okay. All right. We need to get I was kind of hoping that if we took a minute to kind of discuss these things up front, we wouldn't get bogged down in them as we're going through the each individual application. It sounds like we've decided that 35, 36, 45, 44, and 45 that we are not going to accept because there were no letters. Some of these other items were a little bit more of a gray area. Some things came in after the fact. Things were followed up on. Any action we want to take on that before we start going through them? And I'll give you a second to respond because I realize there's a delay. Scott, you're waving.
Yeah, 46 was mentioned. I can't remember why.
They did not have any letters of support.
For 46, there was no secondary signature.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Says. Yeah, 46, sorry. They did not have a secondary signature on the application. And my understanding is there were several that didn't have a secondary signature initially, but then when they were reached out to, they provided it. 46, they never did provide the secondary signature, or did they?
They provided it on the 21st.
Okay.
It was mentioned by Brody that the project manager did have COVID. Well, potentially still has COVID. And it was up to the council to decide if they would take that into consideration.
He was doing this from his bed. Just throw that out too.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to get into them then? We've rejected those four, but the rest of them, we're just going to take them as they are.
But before you, Ron, before you move on, I just want to probably give an echo about the Iron County application. Iron County has completed every grant project that they've applied for over the last 4 years. They've done a phenomenal job. They work hand in hand not only with the United States Forest Service, specifically the Dixie National Forest, the Cedar City Ranger District, but also the Cedar City Bureau of Land Management Office. And so I just, given the situation at hand on a late signature on an application in a COVID environment and the history of the applicant, I'm not encouraging the council. I'm just sharing some information historically, and we know the project will be completed.
Okay. Great, thank you. Well, let's go ahead and move forward then. Let me just point out that if we take 2 minutes for every application, that's gonna take us an hour and a half of time. So hopefully we've kind of dealt with the logistics of the applications. We've given all of us an opportunity to point out any errors we feel that there were. And so hopefully we can just take a minute and just quickly go through them just on the merits of the application itself, the merits of the project, I should say.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I talked with Rachel a little bit about this, but I just still want to throw this out for the 360 trails and the ones that are combined with the 360 and the AYL, that if we've done our due diligence, look through that, have no problems with that, we agree with all that we just do it as a lump. And
Rachel and I talked about this as well. I think we should rate each one of them separately, but probably discuss them as a group and then just quickly go through and rate each one of them. Just because they are separate applications, we don't want to consider them one application, although they are very, very similar and they are all one group. So I agree.
Yeah.
Agree with you, Brody. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if we could just have a broad discussion about all of them, because the questions I have applied to all of them, the concerns I have applied to all of them. So I guess rather than having to do it for each one, because they're basically a form letter, all the exact same, just different locations. So I would appreciate a broad discussion and then rating.
Yeah, so I think for those, we'll have an overarching discussion. and then we'll go ahead and rate them one after another.
Do we want to start with that? Because I have them.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and start with the 360 Trails project.
Okay. So all the ones that are bolded, all the ones that are bolded like Tickaboo and Escalante City, those ones they have the 360 and then they have the at your leisure. So ultimately, if you guys want to lead into discussions with those, it looks as though we have a number of them. 12. So it looks like we have about 21. Again, there is that one from Green River City that didn't submit the secondary part of it or the second application for it. But do we want to start with Tickaboo Town?
Well, let's just talk overall the whole idea of these at your leisure trail promotional episodes. Let's just have a discussion about that. Cheryl, you mentioned you had some questions overall on that.
Yeah, sure. I can start. I guess I think it's very valuable. I guess I just like to understand from like a broader perspective, as I added these up, we're talking almost $300,000 worth of projects for 360 mapping and at your leisure episodes. And I just don't know even the background, like, can at your leisure do this many episodes this quickly? So just some of the logistics, I guess. I was just kind of surprised to see this many for those topics. And then, so yeah, any feedback on that would be appreciated because I'm just not familiar with that. And then I guess I'm also curious that none of them had letters of support from the land management agencies that the trails would be featured on. And the reason I bring that up is I just feel like that's a really valuable opportunity for having that discussion, especially in the era when use is up like 500% on most land management agencies. I mean, it's through the roof. And so I just don't know, like, who chooses the 3 trails, and is that conversation including the land management agencies? So those are some of mine, because it's like, is the infrastructure there? Is the trail decent enough to accommodate a big spike in use? So I guess I'm just kind of concerned broader picture like that with this quantity.
I also noticed, I see that Chris and Evan also raised their hand, but something that I noticed is that with usually the 3 trails, they haven't chosen the trails yet. So I was just a little curious as to what their trails or if they had an idea of it. But Chris, you raised your hand first. Do you want to talk?
Absolutely. And so I'll try to answer Cheryl's question. She had 2 questions, which is a lot less than 3 or 4 that she usually asks. So I'm glad to know that she streamlined it a little bit. So as far as At Your Leisure and their episodes, so At Your Leisure generally produces 50 new TV episodes a year. Now, that's out of 52, 53 weeks out of a year. So they generally produce that number. I'm just going off of history. In our previous relationship with the Off-Highway Vehicle Program has been to look at 10 episodes a year over the last 2 years, focusing on promotional items and awareness associated with safety, education, new trail systems, trail development, infrastructure. This program, FIG, they did a couple of episodes regarding FIG, and so that's some of the history when it comes to the TV show At Your Leisure and the relationship. That was a contractual agreement that we went through a request for a proposal process. And so do they have the capability of filming, editing, producing, and airing? Yes, I can attest to that. So I hope that alleviates. In addition to, they also market towards the ongoing off-highway vehicle community. Generally, their target audience is between the 45 and 65-year-old group, with some of the younger audience or group marketing segment focused on the youth rider or young families. So right around that 25 to 35-year-old age group when it comes to, sorry, I have a little companion here. Targeting the social media aspect into things and the Trail 360 so if no one has any questions on that, I'll try to follow up with Cheryl's question when it comes to the 360 and maybe some of the others. Are there any questions from the council concerning Trails 360? Okay, it looks like we got a hand from Evan. Evan, I was going to cover the 360 stuff with some of your comments, but if you want to go now, you can, or if you want to wait. I don't know if it's geared towards AYL or 360.
Thanks, Chris. I think that my comments are basically the same for both of the projects. I just want to make a note to the council that, I'm with Cheryl. I think that these can do great things. And I think there's a real opportunity here, especially for the agencies involved, regardless of the letters of support from them or lack thereof. And working with AYL and others in the past, I think they'll do this, but we definitely want to ask them, if possible, that, we only promote trails that are on our BLM and Forest Service and county official approved plans. I know that there has been some slip on that over the years, so we want to hold them to that. And then I think it's also an opportunity to ask them to bring up the issue about legal and quiet OHV operation in these small communities, so that we can avoid some of the headaches that our friends down in Moab are suffering from with, now they've got enough OHVs in town to fill the hotels, but they can't sleep at night. So there's community strife. So just wanted to make those points for these two projects. And you'll see from my notes, it's just wash, rinse, repeat over and over for all of those. So thanks you guys for hearing me out.
Eric, you had a comment?
Yeah, mine's more data driven, and I'm maybe you're gonna speak to this already. I'm curious how the Live 360 is working, how outside zone. Are there people using this? Are there people being directed to this? It's awesome if we have content and we have everybody on the same page, and the Forest Service and the BLM and the counties and everything. But is this being used? What we've done in the past, I realize it's a very small amount, but is there something that's given some return on investment here? Sorry.
No, and great question. So I'll come back and kind of lead in a little bit when it comes to the Trail 360. So as some of you probably have heard in the past, we, meaning the Off-Highway Vehicle Program, worked in partnership with the counties, At Your Leisure, Jorgensen's ATV, along with Eagles Landing. And what we created and thought that was state of the art is this Google Street View, if you will, of trails that people can view from the luxury of their home, to offer up reassurances that infrastructure is there, what they would see out on the trail, different links and different capabilities in order to download on GPS apps and other items to provide reassurance. We've also discussed those items that are off-highway vehicle trails. And so for the agencies, a lot of those initial conversations on trails were items that I knew were existing trails, or that the program knew were existing trails. And then we made those proposals to those individual counties. The idea is to work hand in hand with the counties in order to ensure economic development along with tourism to the lesser known trails of those counties. And so, we have been trying to work in conjunction with that theory of going with lesser known trails. Paiute Trail System can always use additional riders. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. but then how does that change the quality of experience? So if you can find a person that's visited the Paiute Trail, maybe they decided, hey, I saw this Trail 360 at Amazon Basin. That further promotes, high use, visitation, et cetera, in Millard County. So that also alleviates the additional stressors, impacts, if you will, to the high priority systems within the state. And so, those are items. In the past, we haven't done letters of support, and I can't keep up with all the Snapchat off to the side. So bear with me. I'll get there. If any of you know me, it takes me forever to answer a question. So just sit still for a second. So along those lines is we've gone out, we've identified those, and in addition to we've come back and have worked hand in hand with those counties. And so to say, hey, what about this or what about that particular trail system? And so the reason why this particular application cycle, this is nothing new to the council. You've seen one or two applications from St. Pete County. You've seen a couple along the way. Well, as we've made this transition over, rather than using OHV program daily funds to go towards Trail 360, the program has encouraged that the counties work with a private partner, and in some instances, it might be AYL, it might be others, but it's the partner that has made the application, that has submitted that application. They may not go with AYL. They may go with a totally other different private sector entity. So part of the At Your Leisure concept is the actual host site is Outsiders Zone. It's in conjunction with At Your Leisure. It's in conjunction with the Utah State Parks Off-Highway Vehicle Program. And then on every weekly episode of AYL, they will feature a 360 trail. Now, that's just something that AYL has absorbed on that. We've already currently, it's my understanding through some preliminary numbers, they've already captured over 1,600 miles of trail that have been uploaded to the Outsiders Zone website. They roughly have about 7.6 million views going through the Google Street View. As far as particular site visits, that information has not been able to be derived as of yet, because I was asked this question late last week and have not had the ability to work hand in hand in order to extract that data. I might also say that there's currently already 400 plus so miles of trail that have already been reviewed. They have been trying to work hand in hand with Google on trying to get that uploaded. So I might just share some of that. I don't know if I've answered or addressed everyone's questions, but I hope I've been able to shed just a little bit of light regarding the Trail 360 and how the infant stages has gone. And there's a lot of different concepts, a lot of different theories or philosophies on how we should proceed, but hopefully that information has given the council some background info.
I think that helps. And Chris, I'll just follow up with what I was typing in the Snapchat. I wasn't saying the letters of support should be a reason we shouldn't consider them, but I really do feel like if there is a way to say, hey, if these are funded, we would like that, like to know that kind of communication is going on. Just because then the agency's aware, they understand, maybe they can help even with some messaging, right? Like what are some of the key considerations for people to know? And again, it's just another opportunity for those counties and the agencies or the user groups to be working together. So I'd highly encourage that. I know if we were having one done, for instance, on our forest, we would want to know and potentially support and be part of that as well. So just something I'd really like to encourage.
And Cheryl, I'll come back to that as we've evolved I believe that we will see more and more of that collaboration take place, especially from our local counties. It's just, I think that everything's always so rushed, and it seems like as of lately, everything's even more rushed. And so as we develop those relationships, and as we, meaning the OHV program, work hand in hand with those counties and suggest some of that, we can definitely pass that information on, because frankly, I think we're at a point where this is going to be a competitive application process by any judge thereof. So it looks like Eric's got his hand up.
I do. And so you were just saying, something that kind of struck is you were saying that, things have been coming at you so fast. And I think all of us I'm not going to speak for you guys, but me personally, I'm looking at this list and I've been comfortable with a couple here and there and saying, let's kind of see how this goes. And then all of a sudden this quarter we have, what was you saying, Cheryl, like $300,000 worth of grant going towards this. And it seems like it's coming at us pretty fast. I mean, is there anything we'd want to do as far as, look at some of these counties where they're, I think Sevier County has two of them, maybe some of these counties that have multiples, maybe we look at it and say, well, let's slow down a little bit and let's kind of see how this is working. I don't want to get in the way of mapping. I love information. I think that is the answer to all of this. I think people need to know where to go and they need to feel comfortable doing it. That's where I get my joy. But it just seems like this thing is going fast. But that might not be our goal here. Our goal is to look at these grants and say, okay, they've met all the requirements and it's going to be beneficial and they've crossed their T's and dotted their I's. But anyways, that's just kind of my input. It just seems fast. My gosh.
Well, and I guess I'd feed off of that, is this something you think we'll be expecting every quarter to see $300,000 worth of these types of projects? Or do you think this is going to be like an annual ask and then they kind of plan at your leisure that year? Because I have a concern if it's going to be, that many every time. I'm just curious because I don't know the trend, Chris. Do you think this is more of a once a year kind of influx or every quarter?
So obviously we're at the beginning of calendar 2021 and it's a new year. And historically, at least from my understanding, is that local TV shows generally try to plan out what they are going to work on throughout the calendar year. They try to identify certain stories, those items. We do it internally on our own promotion within our own division, where we identify, hey, we're going to focus on XYZ, identify those particular areas, and then go and try to market that item. I don't know if this is going to be a quarterly thing. I don't know if it's going to be, a $300,000 ask every quarter. I don't know that yet. I think we're still trying to go through this. Like I said, we've seen anywhere from a half dozen to 8 of these over the last, couple of grant cycles. And so I don't know that. So I don't have a crystal ball, and I hope each of you can understand kind of where I'm coming from of saying, I think Eric came back to it. I think it was Eric that said it, something very profound. It's the council's job to focus on each application and score on the merits of that own individual project and how it should go collectively if it meets the OHV program goals, missions, and objectives.
Can I jump in real quick? This is Tyson, the Trust Lands. We talked about at your leisure in the past, did 10 episodes a year or so out of the 50. There's 10 of them here in the first quarter of this year. And I don't know if there'd be the capacity if this was replicated for the next 3 quarters. I have a hard time throwing money at something that that we don't see them having. You know, if at your leisure said, yes, you are ready for us to do this, that's better than there's 20 applications this quarter, and there could be 20 next quarter, and 20 next quarter, and 20 next quarter, and at your leisure might say, you know, I don't know if we have the bandwidth to do this many at your leisure episodes for 360 mapping if this were to be replicated every quarter. So I just feeling a little cautious about you know, distributing this money, but then at your leisure not having the bandwidth to do these moving forward. Just something to consider.
Scott, go ahead.
Okay, my input on this is it looks like a lot of these were just rubber stamped in ways, and I can understand that we're limited to $12,500, and you know each of these entities applied for that. But some of the things were vague. 3 trails. What does 3 trails mean? You know, I would assume that they would give us maybe a mileage and you know at least a roundabout mileage on these things. That was one of my concerns. I did reach out and I called several people that I knew, and I asked them if they've ever heard of 360 Trail. 0. None of them knew about it. So I told them how to find it and go look at it and get back with me and see how they liked it. Everyone liked it. Then I told them how much it cost, and they had reservations after that. I have some concerns. You know, I'm not sure if I'm just ready to say, let's go do it and see how it works out. Is it cutting edge? You know, I use Street View quite often. I have never used Trail View because I didn't know it existed, and I did go look at it, and it was interesting. I would love it to be video, that we could push a button and have it as video. And I did talk to Shannon. I called and talked to Shannon for quite some time about the technical end of this and how to promote it. And I still have concerns. I have the same concerns that Cheryl has, Eric. Let's see if I got anything else out here. Also, one other thing. Each one of the grants talked about us celebrating the 50th year of the OHV program, and that they wanted to develop this promotional part along with using this 360 Trail. Well, they talked about completion of this grant in 2022. And so if we're going to be putting this imaging out in 21, either they already have to have the imaging or it's going to be put out very, very late in 21, because how can you get up in the mountains now to do this video? So that was one of the things that crossed my mind is some of this, and it isn't video, it's imaging. You got to remember, it's not video, it's imaging. And so I had those questions. I'm not sure they were answered. I do have some concerns, and maybe we should just vote on it. Or
any other questions or discussion before we do rank those? None? Okay. How do we want to do this? Who wants to go first?
Sorry, Ron, I was a little slow. I'd just be curious to know how the council members, like we rank each one, but to me, they're all the exact same. Like, I have no idea what trails they're choosing. I have no idea what the actual value is for the OHV program, because I don't know what trails they're doing, I guess. I don't know. So I have no idea. Like, to me, they'll all get the exact same rating because I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, there could be kind of what I was thinking is you know, I would do my rank. and for me, they would all be the same. But somebody might have an opinion about a certain county or a certain area that they feel like is more valuable or less valuable. They might have one they want to adjust. So
That'd be helpful.
I'll go ahead and go first. Unless there's more discussion, I think we've kind of discussed it pretty well.
Shannon Bushman just texted me and said that he's happy to answer those questions. I believe that he is a secondary project manager on the majority of these. So what are your main questions? Do you want to ask them to Shannon and he can text them to me and then I will bring them up and then we can vote based on those?
I think a trail identification is the primary question, because I know in the winter recreation, if I submitted, we're just going to mark trails in the Uintas, I would be grounded. And so trail identification is going to be a primary concern of where and when and how. There's not enough details there, I think, to make a legitimate decision on which way that this would go for me.
And I'll say for mine, I thought a little bit about that too. But without knowing exactly what trails, when I rank them, my rank is dependent on whether or not the trust I have in the county or whatever organization. I mean, they're all pretty much cities and counties that have put this out there, and whether or not my trust and whether or not they would choose good trails. Yeah, I wish we knew what trails, but I can also understand why they wouldn't want to commit to that quite yet if they're still this early in the process. Eric, did you have a question, or were you stretching? I saw
well, Jody was just asking me if she wanted me to make something for dinner.
Oh.
But no, but I do have my hand raised.
Okay.
So my comment there is, I'm hearing what you guys are saying, and Kirk, you're absolutely right, and Ron, I think that's very valid. What trails are doing, but for the spirit of this, I'm guessing they're all going to pick the trails that they think they're going to get the most bang for the buck out of, and us trying to go through and decide which trails. I think that'd be tough for us to do especially with as many of them as there are. So my only comment is if the program would like to see this move forward, we just need to be responsible and hopefully we're not wasting money here. Hopefully we're not wasting time. But I don't know that we get caught up in that too much. I think that they're going to use their best judgment on this. That's my comment.
Yeah, and that's kind of similar to where my comment was, is do we trust them to make some good choices or not? And that would have to be kind of where each of our thoughts goes. We do have some comment from Shannon. Are we okay entertaining that? Is that, I guess, we don't, public comments over, but he's a signer on the application. So are we okay to accept some of that, Chris? Are we okay?
Well, I'm going to empower the grant administrator. That's her decision. All
right, grant administrator.
Well, I'm going to say yes, because there are a number of grants pertaining to this. And this question involves, I believe there's 25, actually just 21 based off of the 4 that were already eliminated. So I just said trail identification to Shannon, and he responded that as far as the 3 trails go, we have been coordinating with the local people to identify the trails. That usually involves 5 to 6 people that know the trails. At Your Leisure does not pick the trails. The locals know their trails well. We have never used an unmarked trail. So also, just a real quick thing, I saw that Cheryl asked if we can request that before a contract is done, that they supply the trails for accountability. What does the council think of that?
That would be a lot of work.
Identify a trail.
A lot of work. And I don't know that I know the trails that way to do that. I'd have to rely on the locals to tell me which trail to do.
Oh, no. So they would be the ones supplying us with the trails, the 3 trails that they intend to do.
I think what she's saying is the fulfillment of the grant, that they document which 3 trails they marked.
Right. Just so that way, Rachel, you and Chris know, is that money well spent? What is this trail? I just feel like we can move forward with the approval, but I guess before a contract signed, I would like for you guys at least to have that documentation, right? Which trails did they select? Who was involved in that selection? At least having some of that information. I mean, maybe you guys don't need that for accountability, but kind of like Kirk was saying, if we just said, we're just going to maintain a trail, I don't know on the accountability side, I guess. So to me, before it's signed, if they could provide, these will be the 3 trails we're doing, that would be helpful. Not necessarily to the council, but just to you guys.
Yeah. And Shannon responded that he is more than willing to do that. He said, yes, of course. So I think that I'm okay with that. In the future, I would definitely prefer to see trails or at least a couple suggestions and the reasoning behind them. But for now, I'm more than willing to get a list of those with each application before a contract is technically in place. So they have I believe the board meeting is coming up, and that's usually when they go and approve those. The State Parks Board meeting. And then after they're approved, I go through and send out contracts. I assume most likely that and I'm talking on their behalf, but I could be completely wrong, is that the State Parks Board will most likely want to know the trails as well, instead of just listing 3 trails. And then Chad Booth is also texting me. He said, first off, Shannon said, not a problem, happy to do that. And Chad said, Rachel, this is Chad. If the group looks at the cities and counties, that the ones requesting are all in locals that could be recorded right now.
Locales. They're down south where it's not snowing, I think is what he's.
So they could be completed sooner rather than later. Okay. Ultimately, if these pass, if they're recommended by the council, I would need a list sooner rather than later just to convey that over to our State Parks Board, because I assume that would be a follow-up question from them when it comes to them approving them. Shannon said that he'd do it. Do we want to start voting and get through these 21 applications?
Yeah, Rachel, before you say that, can we put down mileage also, approximate mileage on these trails? I would like to see that.
Okay. I assume that would
Chris
be okay.
raised his hand.
Oh. Chris has raised his hand. So go ahead, Chris.
Well, I didn't want to thank you for someone recognizing me that I wanted to add some comments. So I think what I would suggest, Rachel, and this would be an internal item for us to do, is to have the specific trail location identified by if these applications are recommended by the council or a portion thereof, identify the county, identify the nearest city, the trail name, if it has one, not a local trail name, but an overall trail name, the agency that they're working with regarding that, and then the mileage. And then what I would might suggest is that gets included as part of the presentation to the park board, on the recommendations, but only as an addendum to the fiscal agreement that we set up with the individual partner, whether that be a county or a city. So I think there's a lot of internal things that we can place to help address any of those questions at our state park board. And then, I just think that's an internal working method for us.
All right, let's go ahead and rank them. Just to make this easier, I'll go first. And did you have something else?
Hey, Ron, I thought we were going to do it all together and just put a number on all of them.
That's what I plan on doing. But if another council member wished to maybe have some variation, since they're separate applications, they could certainly do that.
Okay.
Yep. So I'll go first.
Can I just say one last thing from Shannon? He said that, yes, we generally do an average day of riding between 40 to 70 miles each. It's usually measured in 6 to 8 hours if riding, and that depends on the trail. Also, I asked if he was willing to submit everything that Chris mentioned, and he agreed yes. So if we wanted to go and score based on that, I will begin presenting it. Hold on one second. Okay. Ron, you said that you would go first.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. I would rank them all a 4.
Okay. I'm going to go in order, Cheryl.
It's hard. I'll give it a 4. I was leaning more towards a 3 just because of the quantity, but we'll go with the 4.
Okay. Brody?
I will also go with a 4.
Scott?
4.
A 4. And I want it to be inclusive of 35, 36, 44, and 45, and 46 to put them in also. If we're going to do this, I think we ought to throw all of them in.
The ones that we've already...
I know. I think we need to throw them all in. All of them.
Does anyone on the council have anything to state for what Scott said?
So if whatever we vote on this particular grant is just going to apply to the rest of them, is that correct?
Yes, but
unless you state that there's a different number you want for something else. That's
I do not.
Council member.
I do not state that, and I vote 4.
Okay. Well,
so
I believe
I'm asking to add back in all of the ones that we said we were going to disqualify for not having the correct letters of support. Is that what the?
Yes. That is what Scott said.
I think we voted on that. We're going to change that. I guess need a motion and a second and re-vote.
I think that we should continue the voting without those until we're done, and then we can discuss the ones that have been thrown out.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good idea.
Tommy, what is your vote for this? What is your score?
Tommy's vote is a 4.
Okay. Tyson?
4.
Eric?
In the spirit of the program, it's a 4.
Okay. And then Kirk?
4.
So if anything has a, why is this not letting me? A 3.4999, it passes. So this passes along with the 21 others. I don't know what's happening on someone's end over there. But if you could please mute yourself. And then also, this is going to be for the other 21. If you guys wanted to discuss the ones that we've already...
Let's save that for after we're
okay.
completely done, I think, because we've already voted on that. If we're going to revisit pulling those back in, let's save that, I think, for after we're done.
Go through and enter all these on my own end. So, but you guys can just if you guys want to start from number 1.
Yeah, let's go into application number 1, the Great Western and Gooseberry Trail signing. Any thoughts or comments on that application as far as the merits of the project? Okay. If there's no discussion, should we go ahead and rank them? Can everybody hear me? It's all of a sudden gone silent for me. Oh, I see thumbs up.
Chris Fowler has raised his hand again.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had the screen up.
Okay,
so-
Chris, you had a comment?
Yeah, I do. And thanks, Becky, for recognizing me. So appreciate it. So just to let you know, and for some of you that are familiar with this application, it's kind of a different submission. Cheryl may remember seeing previous submissions along with probably Tommy and Eric. They generally make an application through the Fish Lake National Forest, and it comes in through the RTP process. I think it's a little reduced compared to some of the complexities that the Fish Lake has, and I think the Paiute Trail Committee is just wanting to absorb this and work hand in hand with the Fish Lake National Forest to accomplish that. In the past, it's come through as part of the overall package of the Paiute Trail system through the RTP process. And so I think they're peeling out this layer to focus just on that through the Paiute Trail Committee or the PTC.
Great, thank you, Chris. Any other input or comments? Re-rank it. All right, let's go ahead and rank it. Rachel, do you want to pick an order, or did you have something?
Sorry, I do actually. Sorry, I have notes on all these, so I apologize. So I just want to say that their timeline was slightly ambitious. But other than that, I think it's a great application. Just wanted to mention the timeline. That's something, again, that I can work out on my end. I just kind of wrote down the timelines for all of these. But because it is October 21st of this year, just a little worried about that. But that's something I can handle. Sorry. Anyways, I'm going to present my screen and we can do the voting. Also, as you guys saw, all of these have passed so far. So as of right now, we have, hold on. Before we get into this, let me show you guys what we have. So this is what we began with. 7% was taken out of the 3.5 million for administrative stuff. I wish I could say it was going into my pocket. It's not, unfortunately. This is what we have used so far for quarter 1 and 2. This is what we have left over. This is our potential use. So if all of these were to pass, this is what we would have used. And then this is also what we would have left over. Hopefully, if my formulas are working properly, these should be updating right here to show based off of the recommendations. We will see if they are working. So just at the beginning of this, we do have $3.1 million to work with. Also, at the end of this meeting, I do have an announcement to make, which will hopefully simplify things in the future. But so based off of the ones that have passed, it's a little over, it's about 200,035. Oh my gosh. Anyways, it's this number right here. So I apologize.
2.5 million.
No, it's 100,000. This is how much we've approved. Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother trying to say it. Cheryl, I'll start with you. Yes, I will start with Brody next time and cycle through.
You're fine. I guess the one question I did have, again, it wasn't very specific on what trails they're signing. And so it's kind of hard to tell between application 1 and 2. I mean, they sound like different areas, but just if we're talking to people, those kinds of details, but I'll give it a 5.
Okay. Brody.
5.
Okay. Scott.
5.
Tommy,
5.
Tyson,
5.
Barrett,
5.
Kurt,
5.
and then Ron.
5.
Okay. Just so you know, Brody, you are up next on when we do number 2. Okay.
All right, number 2, the West Paiute Trail signing. Any input or comments on that before we rank them?
Who's ever on the phone? I'm muting you.
Or questions? I don't see any hands. I'll give you a second to unmute yourself if you need to. Chris, did you have anything more on number 2?
Let me look. Continue on without me. Sorry.
Okay. I didn't really have anything major. I know it's something that we did also discuss earlier. It's just the letters. But they do have them from, I believe it was the Forest Service. Other than that, I think it's great. It's a multi-county application. And then it looks as though they are doing 18 post signs. They'll have a map board. They'll have 12 signs. Sorry, this is a little confusing. And it is for trail work. Other than that, I didn't really have anything else to say on it.
Chris, do you have any input?
I think the grant administrator did a wonderful job of summarizing.
Great. Thank you. Let's go ahead and rank them then.
Okay. And Brody, I'm going to start with you this time.
5.
Great. Oh, there we go. Scott.
5.
Tommy.
5.
Okay. Tyson.
5.
Eric.
5.
Okay. Kurt.
5.
Ron.
5.
And then Cheryl.
5.
Okay. So that one did pass. So the next one that we have, do you care if I just
Go
go
right ahead.
about it?
Go
Okay.
right ahead.
So it's for the Paiute Helmet Program. It's done by Paiute Trail Committee. It's a multi-county as well. One thing that I did notice is that their project total was incorrect. That really doesn't affect the requested amount for funding though. And also their request match is 33% and it's for education. Based on what I have, other than just the altered budget, which I have fixed on my end, as you guys could see on the chart, it's just more additional for them to be putting towards the grant. Other than that, I think it's a great project. Go ahead, Brody.
Having witnessed actually this in work in the communities in those counties, great program. And it's it really encouraged kids to wear helmets. And so I would like to actually see this at some point go statewide.
Chris raised his hand, as did Cheryl. Chris, do you want to talk first?
Actually, I'll let ladies go first. I'll save my comment for after Cheryl.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, you're so kind for once. So I just had a question on this. So I guess, does the parent still end up paying the citation? They get a free helmet, but then they still pay the citation, or do they get out of their citation and a free helmet? I'm just curious on the program, I guess. I think it has merit, but if people feel like they're going to get out of a citation and get a free helmet, yeah, where's that encouragement for them to have them in the first place?
Hence why I wanted Cheryl to go first, because I'd be able to answer her 2 questions. So let me share with the advisory council. This particular helmet program has been going on now for about a half dozen years. It's not new. It's one of those day-to-day operations that the off-highway vehicle program has contributed funding to in the past. However, given the current grant situation, it's like, well, why take that out of the daily operations of the OHV program and utilize it through the education section out of the grant. And so, yes, it's evolved over the years, Cheryl. And so typically it's up to the officer's discretion to issue the citation or not. I believe, though, that the Paiute Trail Committee has historically in the past encouraged local law enforcement agencies to issue the citation, and then the parent, goes through the particular, or I shouldn't say parent, could be a guardian. Whoever was the recipient of the citation would then go through those court proceedings. They could, obviously we live in America, and so you're innocent until proven guilty. And so they pay the fine, then that moves on, and they still receive that certificate. They may get a reduced amount as determined by the judge. Ultimately, the judge has that decision. And so it's one of those items that we have worked closely with, and it has worked very, very well across the 5 counties, hand in hand with those sheriffs, elected sheriff's offices and deputies within those offices, and then also police chiefs. So the PTC has done a wonderful job, and I believe that this is a very proactive approach in order to encourage helmet wear, reduce accidents and injuries. And I'm quiet.
Yeah, Cheryl's heard enough of you.
Thank you, Chris. Are we ready to rank it? Any last input?
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and rank.
I believe Scott is up first.
5.
5. Tommy.
5.
Okay. Tyson.
5.
Eric.
5.
Kurt.
5.
Ron.
5.
Okay. Cheryl.
5.
And then Brody.
5.
Okay. Another one that passes with flying colors. So on to number 4. This is the one that we discussed earlier. It's 9 Mile Trail Counter Project. The sponsor is Carbon County Office of Tourism. Someone's not muted, sorry. The project total with the updated budget is $3,221, and the requested fig is $2,021. So ultimately, after the fact this came through, I assume that's someone raising their hand. Let me stop sharing. Okay. Who raised their hand? Eric?
Eric and Chris.
Okay.
So Chris has got his hand up as well, but maybe he's doing the ladies first again. I don't know. But anyways, so as I'm reading this, are they talking about counting cars as well?
It looked to me like they were counting all the vehicles on 9 Mile Canyon Road, which is a paved road. Am I wrong?
I don't believe that's the case. I asked them about it. I called them and talked to them about it. And there are several canyons there you can cut off on. I don't believe they're putting them on blacktop roads, but they would be counting, they're 2-track roads, so they would be counting full-size vehicles as they go by. I don't know. So I don't know if they can discriminate between ATVs and, full-size vehicles with these counters or not.
So the location is not on 9 Mile Canyon Road, but maybe as you turn off of the road onto a dirt road, those where the counters are being located?
They did have a map. Let me share this.
The map did show them there. When I talked to them, I said, where are you going to put these things? I need a more detailed map. And so they said we want to have a little bit of discretion of, the zone where we put them in, and maybe put them someplace and then move them. And so that's as pointed as I can be with what they told me.
Chris, did you have some input?
No, I did not. I
Oh.
just, obviously, this is, Scott's worked very, very closely with them on it. And I think Brody, I don't want to put him on the spot, but, it is difficult. Maybe Cheryl and even Evan want to jump in. When you put out a trail counter, most of you should be aware of this. It's difficult to determine that vehicle. For example, we have certain trail counters that are located in certain complexes around the state right now for snowmobiling. Well, we see a lot of peaks in the morning at 6 a.m. on some of our groomed snowmobile trails. Why are we seeing those peaks? Well, you have mountain lion hunters. They may not be snowmobilers, but they are accessing that trail for a form of recreation. And so it is, I think, as us on those trail counters to support, I think what Carbon County is trying to get at, it's difficult to make that decision on what vehicles are actually approaching. I also want to remind the council that about 6 months, 8 months, 9 months ago, they did approve a grant application for Tooele County, which is a trailhead located right off of Butterfield Canyon for a restroom facility. So just some history that I want to bring back to the council. And I think Evan's got his hand up to follow up with.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention, to my knowledge, the routes on BLM in the 9 Mile Canyon area, none of them are specifically geared towards or limited for ATVs or side-by-sides or single-track motorcycle use. So when I read that application, I figured it was going to be capturing full-size vehicles. I don't have a problem with that. Just so you guys know, in the BLM program, we really don't differentiate. An off-highway vehicle is something traveling on BLM dirt roads, basically. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Is everyone, I know that Tommy raised his hand. Tommy, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sorry to take so long. We're talking about OHV funds here, and I don't think we should be counting full-size vehicles in 9 Mile Canyon.
Okay. We want to go ahead and vote?
I have one more comment about it. When I called him and talked to him, I says, why didn't you talk to me before you presented this grant? I says, I probably would have written it just a little bit differently. And they says, well, we didn't think we could talk to you about it. And I says, that's not the case. You should have. And so I think, again, the intent of this grant is good. Whether it was written good or not, I'm saying that maybe it could have been tweaked a little bit.
And this was their first time applying. And I did speak with her. But ultimately, I did explain to her, and I know I stated this earlier, that it is a quarterly grant, and there's always next time if something does pop up. It is also always a learning process. Do you want to?
Scott, I just have a question real quick. How much OHV use is there on those trails off of 9 Mile Canyon Road? Because every time I've been up in there, it's mostly, all I see are the big gravel truck, or the big trucks, along with people just going to visit the ruins along the road. Is there OHV use occurring on those side tracks?
Yes, there is. When they go to put these out, I'll probably have a little bit more input. Also, the BLM is going to be working with them hand in hand of where to put them. So it's just not a straight Carbon County. The BLM has partnered with them to help them on this project. And so I believe that they will do a good job. And like I says, I'll have some more input of saying, hey, we need to have them here. And they do get used. With ATVs.
Okay.
So,
Evan? Sorry we kept muting you, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I'll just back Scott up on that. Anecdotally, what I see in 9 Mile Canyon is a majority of passenger vehicles. And as somebody mentioned, lots of industry vehicles as well. But yeah, and there is side-by-side exploration happening in there as well. So, and I did get good on them for partnering with BLM. That was a shining star on their application.
I agree. And I think anymore that data on use is becoming more and more important, whether you're putting in for grants or, you're asking for additional funding to be able to really demonstrate what kind of use an area is getting. I mean, I think it's becoming more and more important all the time to not just be like, it's really busy, to actually have data on what really busy means, I think is becoming really critical.
Do you want to vote?
Let's go ahead and rate them.
Okay. Sorry guys, getting there. Okay. That is not what I wanted to show. All right, Tommy, you are up first.
4.
Okay. Tyson?
4.
Okay. Eric?
3.
Kirk?
3.
Ron?
3.
Okay. Cheryl?
4.
Cody?
4.
And then Scott.
A 4.
That did pass, and it is based off of their updated budget. So on to the next one. It is another one from Paiute Trail Committee. It's Paiute and Great Western Trail Map Book. It's for multi-county again. Sorry, someone's just not muted, so it starts an echo. Their application was, their project total was a little bit incorrect. I believe it was 5,000 additional, but they are offering a match percentage of 58%. And ultimately what I wrote down is I wonder if they could sell it at the UGS bookstore. That's an option. It looks like someone has raised a hand. Chris. And then also, just their timeline worries me just a little bit. Chris?
Yeah, so just let me chime in here, give the council some history. This map book was first developed about 8 to 10 years ago. It's a reprint to update some of the trails that have been either upgraded or new routes. There are a couple of new routes that I believe connect over into Beaver County and some of the other western counties. So this map book is outdated. They receive a lot of requests for it. They also provide it and would probably be more than willing to sell it at Rachel's location. New project for Rachel, it sounds like. So I think it's one of those things that they're coming back to look at a reprint. Way back in the day, the Off-Highway Vehicle Program was a sponsor of this. So we did provide funding for the map book originally, and they also received sponsorship from the 5 counties through their transient room tax funding, where they lobbied, or I shouldn't say lobbied, they worked cooperatively with them. So there's a little history.
Evan, looks like you had a question. And also Cheryl, same question. Do either of you guys want to talk on it?
Yeah, hey, this is Evan. I just would have, they asked for funding and then they're going to charge for the product. I would have really liked to have seen their offset, like why do they need the funding? Is the map really valued at $40? And, the commitments of the council would help them offset the charge or something like that. Just a question I have.
So I'll kind of do a rhetorical question. Don't get upset at me, guys. So why does the Forest Service charge up American Fork Canyon when taxpayers are already paying part of that? And why does Why do we have to pay certain fees in certain other federal lands? It's one of those items. Hey, they're charging to try to help offset some of their costs. It's pretty obvious along those lines, but ultimately it's a council decision. I don't want anyone to think that I'm poking. I'm just saying, hey, it's a pay to play type thing, and they're asking for some funds to potentially be a sponsor along those lines.
Well, and I guess, Chris, that's what I was curious about is, like kind of what Evan's saying, understanding those financials. Like, is this so that this can be more affordable for people? If we didn't contribute this, would they have to charge more for it? Does this just go back to the Paiute? Yeah, the Paiute Trail Committee, because rather than it feeling like it's a for-profit venture, is it to make this more affordable to get into the hands of more people? Is that why we're contributing the funding, the grant funding?
Yeah, in the past, that's what we went ahead and did it for, is the books. As Brody said, they were a minimal fee. If any of you have seen the book, it's probably about as thick as the Great Trails Workshop book, if you're familiar with that, Cheryl, with a lot of the maps and such. So, and it goes really into each particular trail and connecting those trails to those communities. And it has a lot of relevant information with very, very little advertising. It's not like some newspapers around the state or around the country. There is actually some reading material there anyway.
No, that definitely helps. Thank you for those clarifications.
Brody, did that answer your input?
I was just going to say the book, they sell it for $20 and they break even on the book. It is waterproof, water resistant. You can kind of roll it up, put it in your box on your machine. And in years past, I've bought 2 or 3 of them, keep one for myself, and I've actually given away several on the trail to people that were a little on the lost side.
And then Scott?
Yes, I'm looking at their numbers here, and so the book costs more than the $30,000. It says it could produce about 4,000 of them, and that comes out to $7.50 a piece. So, even if it was 2,000, it'd be $14 and $15 a piece. Of course, there's not a big profit margin in that, but you're saying, Brody, they cost them more than $20 a piece to make them?
As I understand it, from the person that sells the most of them, or the Paiute Trail Committee, that they break even on that. If they make anything, it may be 50 cents or so per book, maybe. So I don't believe it's not a money maker for them.
Yeah, and I don't believe it is. I was just wondering what happened to what they did with the money they made. But if they only make 50 cents out of it, they didn't make any money.
Yeah, it's mostly just to get the way I see it, it's mostly a way to keep people from getting lost, promoting the trail, and helping people to be able to plan where they're going to ride. There's something nice about having, you can carry all these different Forest Service and BLM books, but to have everything right there, whereas if you've not seen the book, you can actually follow along on the book. Then it tells you when you get to the edge of the map on the page, tells you which map to go to which page to go to. It's kind of a handy little book to have. But yeah, it's not a money maker for them. They don't make money on that.
Do we want to vote on this? Okay. I'm going to present. All right. So Tyson.
4.
Okay. Eric.
So sorry. 5.
4.
Ron.
5.
Carol.
4.
Brody.
5.
Okay. Scott.
5.
And then Tommy.
4.
Okay. So that passes with a 4.5. for $12,500. On to the next one. I believe Chris can probably head this one up because it is from him. It is the 50th anniversary OHV program promotion and marketing. They're asking $12,500 and matching with $86,000. It is an other category. So Chris, if you want to discuss that.
I think the grant administrator has done a fantastic job of presenting that. And if there's any questions from the council, I can address those. I don't want to place myself into an awkward situation or a potential conflict.
All right, Chris, I got a couple questions. Where, D2 question mark? And then with an 8-month timeline. Is the other funding coming from the state parks, or is it coming, are you going to apply for another grant?
So clarify your first question because you were muffled a little bit. I couldn't quite hear.
All right, D2, which I believe is irrelevant now that I look at it.
Okay, that was an easy one to answer. Next.
Okay. Where's your funding coming from? Is it going to, are you applying for another grant, or are you going to take funding out of the OHV program?
Coming out of the OHV program on a daily operations, $75,000 is what would come out of there to go towards that. So it's, yeah.
Okay. All right. Do we want to score? All right, Eric, you are up first.
5.
Okay.
4.
4? I think so.
5.
5? Carol? Cheryl? I'm going to move on from Cheryl. Brody?
5.
Okay. Scott?
5.
Okay. Tommy?
5.
Okay. Tyson?
4.
4. And then Cheryl, are you able to?
Four.
Okay. All right. So that passes with a 4.63. Obviously, we just did 7, so we're going to move on to another Utah Division of Parks and Recreation OHV program. This one is for an enclosed trailer. They're asking for $12,500 with a project total of $16,000 and a 22% match. Their timeline is for 3 months. Also, they're purchasing a 24-foot enclosed trailer. It's a replacement. It's transfer machines. It falls under 3 different categories. So trail work, tourism, and education. Is there any discussion on that? Is that a no? Sorry.
Hands up.
That's true.
I say we rate them.
Any hands up? No? Okay. Let's rate this. Sorry, let me share. Okay. So, Kirk.
5.
Cheryl?
5.
Okay. Freddie?
5.
5.
5.
Tommy?
5.
Tyson?
4.
Eric?
4.
Okay, and that passes with a 4.75. Okay, on to the next one. I believe it's also from Utah Division of Parks and Recreation Off-Highway Vehicle Program. It is to purchase, it's a trail crew UTV purchase. They're asking for $12,500 with a 42% match and a total project of $21,500. It is for trail work. I didn't really have anything. I assume it's probably just going to come through, be purchased from one of our vendors that we are on contract with. But Chris, if you have anything to say.
Nope, I think you did an excellent job. If the council's got any questions, once again, I don't want to cause any potential conflicts. I'll be able to address those questions.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I don't have a computer on or a camera. So the employees that were hired to, I assume this OHVs for those employees to use on trail maintenance, are they going to be coming back? And is there a use for this UTV if they don't come back? I just don't want it to be a one-time sum or two purchase is all.
Yeah, great question, Tyson, and thank you. So this trail crew is a concept that we're kicking off this year. It was derived by Cheryl Butler. She planted this seed with us and said, why don't you guys take this into consideration? And so we've taken that. We've been able to secure funding for those 2 seasonal positions. That announcement went out late last week, so it's announced now. So it's 2 seasonal positions. General working period will be May through the end of October. When it's not being utilized, because they may be utilizing ATVs if they're working on 50-inch trails, which we have that equipment for them. We also have a trailer with a bunch of tools in it that was approved last quarter for additional trail crew tools. And so when it's not being utilized by them, it'll be utilized for promotional rights with media and marketing outreach events. When we get back to that stage where this dark cloud known as COVID starts to maybe lift, and then we're back into that world. And so there will always be the need for a UTV to answer that question. The goal ultimately, Tyson, is the program sees possibly in 2022 that trail crew increases to at least 4, maybe even 8, just depending upon how the funding is utilized or how we're able to secure additional funding.
Okay. Let's read this. And I believe Ron.
5.
5. Cheryl.
5.
Okay. Brody.
5.
Scott.
5.
Tommy.
5.
Okay. Tyson.
5.
Eric.
5.
And then Kirk.
5.
Okay. So that passes with different colors. And we've already done all these. So now we're on to number 21, which is for OHV Emergency Medical Training Program. It's by Utah Off-Road, Salt Lake County. They're asking for $12,500 with a total cost of $15,500. 17% match that they are including, and it is education based. Also, it'll be done in 1.5 years, and the course is free.
Hey, Chris, do you have any thoughts on that, on this Strat?
Yes, I do. You know, this was actually something we were trying to jumpstart over at the Off-Highway Vehicle Park roughly about a year and a half ago, working with different four-wheel drive clubs and et cetera. And we weren't necessarily successful in that. I think more or less on our behalf. So I think it has some merit to it. I would also probably suggest that the applicant work closely hand in hand with our trail host program in order to utilize those additional people as volunteers to help us out on the trail. So I think it has some legitimacy and merit to it. Does that help, Scott?
Chris, I'm just curious where it sounds like they're basically going to be developing a like OHV specific medical training. You know, what does that process look like? And aren't there already different training like the Knowles Outdoor Wilderness School or things like that they are actually already teaching that type of certification? I'm just curious what the process is to start up basically a new certification, or what would the certification be that people are getting from this training?
So Cheryl, I'm gonna ask Kirk Chester to discuss how the Utah Snowmobile Association started up their motorized basics course. I think there's some relevant information that USA was able to establish and adopt and bring forward. I'm not saying that this organization will be the exact same mirror of the USA program, but I think there's some consistencies in through there. I don't think this application is specifically, look, here's your blue card and you can go out and do this, this, and this. I think it's an introductory course to educate. I may be totally off base, but I wanted to turn some time over to Kirk, if you don't mind, Kirk.
What would you like me to discuss? What we've developed, what's going on now?
I think discuss how the motorized basics was a concept and how it was implemented last year, and along those items to champion information to people and then proceed in the next level or the next chain of command.
In the snowmobile community, there isn't really an introduction to education. And so in our world, it's more of avalanche survival and navigation. In the winter, we don't have trails per se. They're more of an access point, and then you can go off from there. And so the vision, I guess, of the association was to develop a program where we can teach avalanche education at a basic level, terrain navigation and terrain management, and then companion rescue at a very, very basic level to encourage people to pursue the next level of education. The process is that we would build an education trailer, develop the curriculum, and then they had to be a member of the association or a club to participate. The cost was free. We would donate our time to help folks understand that there is a lot of information that needs to be gathered to travel and navigate safely in the winter. And I think in some ways the summer is similar. But we put together a curriculum and a timeline of, you know, here you are at point A or 0.05, you know, and then you can go to point 1.0, which is maybe going to a avalanche 1 class, going to get a wilderness first aid. But it's an introduction to education and the education path that they should take. This year it developed into a bit more. We, as an association, have developed a relationship with DNR on the LOE side and have started to teach a little bit of riding skills and companion rescue to the law enforcement officers because it's lacking in that area as well, which we weren't quite aware of. And so the association has an opportunity to develop that education program, not only for the clubs, but we participated with search and rescue, spent 2 days this year teaching law enforcement officers that some are fresh out of the academy and have never ridden a snowmobile. Some are from the southern Utah markets, areas and parks where they just don't ride snow. And so getting them an introduction and a start into that process, I think has been very helpful for us as an association, but it's also a great learning opportunity for a lot of different avenues for folks to learn. Chris, does that helpful.
Yeah, and I hope it helped address Cheryl's question. It looks like upon review, this application is be held in conjunction with the Davis County Search and Rescue and partners affiliated therein, and would be offered free of course, very similar to the USA course for motorized basics.
Yeah, in the motorized basics program, we don't address first aid. We address what should be in your pack, but we don't address first aid. So it's not something that we do. The director of the snowmobile program is one of our instructors with the association. We coordinate with him. So.
But my understanding of this application is that that's what they're doing, is they're teaching first aid specifically for people to be able to respond to like OHV type accidents, right? Which is going to be spinal stuff. And I'm just curious what we're paying for, like what type of certification or training people are getting out of this.
I don't necessarily think they're getting a certification. It's more of an introduction of what they should be getting. Oftentimes when you start into the education process, there's a lot of costs that we weren't aware of. You know, getting an education platform put together, materials to use to teach with. In the medical arena, even when you're teaching and practicing, you're using consumables. And so with those folks going through that process and understanding, teaching someone, you know, in OHV and in snowmobile, you're typically dealing with punctures, blunt force trauma, and fractures. And so teaching how to splint, teaching how to manage a puncture wound, blunt force trauma, all those things, I think is what they're probably trying to work towards, and not utilize the resources that search and rescue has for real rescue scenarios. So helping set that program up.
So Shannon Bushman is the secondary project manager on this. He said that we have Davis County Search and Rescue modifying their outdoor curriculum to include some of the things that they experience that are OHV related.
Hey, Kurt, do you have an idea how many people they could put in this training with the funds they're getting? Kind of realistically, what would be a target number, you think?
In a year, I would hope 50 to 100. The first year that we did our training program, we put over 200 people through the trailer. This year, obviously, with COVID, it's been greatly restricted. The clubs have died, in a sense. They're not meeting face-to-face, and so that has really restricted our ability to teach.
This would have to be pretty much a hands-on-hands type training, wouldn't it?
Yes. But in the same scenario, we put 33 people in a trailer with 6 instructors and did 8 classes. And so it's not unrealistic to see that kind of expectation where, you know, if they're a 1 to 4 instructor ratio and they have enough, if the search and rescue, the amount of search and rescue members that they have, they could teach pretty quickly.
That was my comment is, man, I love where this is going. I love what you do. $12,000 right now when we can't even go talk to each other and be within 6 feet of each other. I wonder if it's a time thing, but that's just my comments. I'm not trying to sway.
Yeah, and the reason I was asking about certification is because this could potentially also lead into a couple of different things where different agencies, for instance, like the Forest Service, to be able to be chainsaw certified, you have to carry a current first aid and CPR card. And so if this training could be a way for folks to get that and then have it apply to other places as well, it could be both, you know? So I'm just curious, like, are people going to take this and think that that might qualify them to be able to do other work? And really it's not it's not an official certification. So just something, if Shannon's listening, just something for him to consider, I think.
Real quickly, there's supposed to be 30 people per class. That is the target. He hasn't mentioned anything about what you had to just say, Cheryl, at least not yet. But yeah, we want to read it and then okay. Cheryl, I believe that you are actually up first.
I think I'll go with the 3 until I know what participants are getting.
Okay. And hold on 1 second. Verification processes cost quite a bit. Why is that? Certification. Why is it doing that? Sorry, he's typing right now. Guess I should stop sharing this. He said certification, we could work towards that in the future. So do you want to keep your score of 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Brody.
4.
And then also Bruce Huntington has emailed me. I apologize. So it's the 25 to 50 citizens per class, he stated. This is the project manager. It's for training citizens basic first aid treatment before EMS can arrive.
Real quick, in the application, it does say that it will be restricted to people that can be verified as part of the OHV community. So I'm on search and rescue out here in Uintah County, and a lot of what we do people aren't impaled or bleeding. We've been on one where it's been drunk driving, or they go out in a t-shirt. It's not really those super intense accidents, but even just the basics of dressing properly and knowing where you're going would be the biggest. If we could teach people that, it'd be the biggest contributors of not going out on these types of search and rescue calls. So if we are going to do first aid, I do think they need to be past that. I'm not going to come find you because you're lost and you're wearing a t-shirt in November. They need to have that knowledge base already. These people need to be past that if we're going to spend this kind of money training those people.
Would both of you guys like to keep your scores? Okay. All righty. Scott.
A 4.
Okay. Tommy.
4.
Okay. Tyson.
A 4.
Eric.
I love the first aid, but this is a 2 for now.
Okay. Eric.
With a 4.
Okay. Ron. Okay. So it is exactly at a 3.5 right now, so it does pass with $12,500. We move on to a safety and education. Okay. To air on At Your Leisure for the 50th anniversary. This is for Utah ATV Association. Counties are all. They're asking for $12,500 with a total cost of $24,300, 49% match, and it is for education. It looks like they're doing 3 broadcasts, and there's going to be 26 30-second commercials that will be on KTVX. That's where it'll be aired, and it's a duration of 1.1 years. Any discussion? Okay. Let's read it. All right. So Brody.
4.
Okay. Scott?
4.
Okay. Tommy?
4.
Okay. Bryson?
4.
I don't know why these are bolded. I apologize, people. Eric?
4.
Okay.
4.
Thank you. Ron?
5.
And then Cheryl?
4.
Okay, so this passes with a 4.13. And then we have done all those other ones. So now we move on to the event tent trailer for Paiute County. They're asking for $10,000 with a total of $13,000, 23% match. What number is this? This is 28. Let's see if I have any other information on it. It's an enclosed trailer, 6 feet by 28 to transport large tent. The tent is 105 feet by 31 feet. 75% of the use is OHV related. The duration of their project is going to be 2 months. Go ahead, Brody.
In their description, says that they would like to use it for their OHV events, which again is 2 poker runs and the jamboree. And then they would use it for their county events and their county fair. And so I have a great big concern about that.
Okay.
I have a thought on that. I see they're actually matching it with $3,000 cash, and so that would pull me a little bit.
Any other discussion or input?
Again, I bring back to the point that they're going to use this trailer for a total of, what is it? 4, 5, 6 days out of the year for OHV events. That's it. They don't have any other OHV events. The rest of it is other county events at this time.
Chris, do you have anything to add?
Well, and yeah, Brody's correct. Currently, however, I do believe that they're probably going to try to be a little more aggressive about their outreach. You know, there's a discussion, hey, the trailer's going to go to the fair. Well, if it's wrapped in conjunction, it has our FIG logo attached to the trailer. That's self-promotion of the grant process. Keep in mind, too, that we've already supplied them with some previous items that were utilized between chairs and tables and things like that. So that can also be utilized inside this trailer to help facilitate and extend the life of those previously purchased items regarding the Paiute system or the UTV Jamboree that they hold and a couple of the other outlying events. I suspect that Paiute County will continue to increase some of their OHV opportunities, just given that as certain people within that county are self-promoting, it is the OHV universe right there in the state of Utah. So I'll be quiet. I don't know if that helped or not.
Just want to update everyone that Darren Bushman has contacted me saying there is only one other county event, the fair, and he's still typing his response. Our plan is to continue to add OHV events every year. So as of right now, it may be limited, but they intend to expand on it. Would you like to vote on it? Oh, those are me and Brody. Should we vote? Okay. All right. So bear with me because I lost where I am. So Scott.
I'm going to give him a 4.
Okay. I believe it's Tommy.
4.
4. Tyson.
Yes.
3.
I don't know why those are voted. Eric.
3.
What?
3.
Sorry, I thought I heard B. Kirk.
4.
Okay. Ron.
Okay.
Cheryl.
3.
And Brody.
2.
So it did not pass. It was a 3.25. So we move on to the next one. It is a used 4x4, I assume truck for OHV support and transportation event trailer. It's from the Paiute Chamber of Commerce for Paiute County. They're asking $12,500 for a total application cost of $14,000. Their funding is for match is for 11%. It is for tourism. I actually spoke with Dana on this. This is a past application that is being resubmitted. I remember the last time that the council found a lot of value in it. They just kind of wanted to see it utilized more so than just for events. So for this one, it is for volunteers, for trailer hauling, retrieving disabled OHVs, collecting prizes and visiting sponsors, deliver rental items, trail projects, and then also there is no towing service, so they tend to go out of their way to do this. And then also, and when it's not in use, it will be wrapped in decals to advertise for the county. It is a duration of 1.5 years. Brody, did you raise your hand? Okay, go ahead, Brody.
I don't mean to be too critical of all of this, but at the last time I brought this up and they said, so I brought up a scenario where somebody, say, from another organization in Paiute County has an OHV event and they break down, would they go and go and rescue that person with their truck? And they said no, because they have other organizations and groups that go and do that. And they don't want to take away from them. So like search and rescue and private groups that go and pull ATVs out of ravines when they fall down into a ravine. So I just have a hard time for a truck for 6 days worth of events. And I've heard that there's going to be a lot of new things for years now. Even before I was on this council, there's always something on the horizon, but the horizon is never reached. So I have a hard time with this one, just like the trailer.
Okay. They have included a number of other items that they'll be utilizing it for. It's not just event purposes. But Eric, it looks like you raised your hand.
Have you guys seen what Chris shows up in? His 1-ton dually 2-ton truck.
When you can get the keys for it?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying there's other ways to skin a cat. But anyways.
Okay.
I agree with Brody on this.
We don't have a truck to pull our 28-foot enclosed trailer either. As a association, the members donate their vehicle and gas to do so.
Let's vote.
Okay. Okay, who was I with? I want to say I was with Scott, but not sure. Scott, do you want to go?
Oh, that's me?
Yeah.
A 3.
Okay. All right. Tommy?
2.
Okay. Sorry, guys, I don't know the order.
3.
3. Okay.
Yep.
Eric?
3.
Okay. Kurt?
2.
Ron?
3.
Carol?
2.
Okay. Brody?
2.
So that did not pass with a 2.5. Okay. So on to the next one.
Rachel, before we go to the next one, can I just circle back on the first aid one?
Yes.
I don't mean to be that person, but I heard what Chris and like Kirk were talking about of kind of like an overall awareness training, you know, that kind of a thing. But I went back and read this again. And I mean, it says like training will deal specifically with rollovers, high-speed impacts, sudden stops, life-saving techniques that would stabilize an accident victim. So I just want to make sure we're all in agreement that we're funding something that will not result in an actual certification for these individuals to be doing this kind of first aid for people.
Cheryl, what is first aid? It's the person that's there. And if they have that much of a trauma situation, you got to act.
Right. I don't know. To me, I feel like there's value in actual, like the people have been through something and they've got that backing. And maybe there's not, maybe it's not that big of a deal, but I just want to make sure we're aware that that is what this training is proposed to be.
Coming from a different perspective as a user, any training is better than no training. And so as a former EMT, I don't have a wilderness first survival. I don't have a formal certification any longer, but putting someone in a situation where they at least have some tools to make a decision on how to take life-saving measures is better than what most people are getting. The other thought behind that is if it is popular enough, they can have and apply for funding to get someone to get certified to give certifications, but they have to have an interest to do so. In my world, to be able to give, like, for example, a recreational level 1 avalanche training, it's 4 years of classwork and 4 years of teaching. So we have to go through a Rec 2, a professional level 1, and a course leader program to be able to teach a Rec 1 program for avalanche education. And so it may be something similar that they have to go through on a timeline to begin teaching, to get information, to step to that next level, to be a course leader and develop a certification program.
Does anyone want to change their rating on that one? Is for number 21. Okay. So let me present and we will move on to the next one. So the next one is for delineating Para Pass 4-wheel drive trail. The sponsor is Sitla. It's in San Juan County. They're offering a 50% match. Their requested fig is for $12,500 and then $25,000 total. It is for trail work. It is for a Class D road. It's to create a more substantial fence to allow for delineation. They're going to use an excavator on 5,000 feet. Their timeline is a little skewed. It's either 3 months or 1.5. It's for unforeseen circumstances. So due to weather and whatnot, that's why it's kind of general. The trail itself is 3.5 miles in length.
I just have a comment. I spend a lot of time on this trail accessing other trails further down the road, getting over to Chicken Corners or down into Jackson Hole area, or even down into Lockhart Basin. You kind of have to drive the Hurrah Pass Trail to get to anything else. And the Hurrah side of the mountain or of the hill is definitely the most used side, and there is a lot of vehicles traveling. You know, you see a cool little obstacle, it's just a few feet off the road, and people are kind of going off, you know, pretty much everywhere. I see a big need for having that trail delineated, and I guess since Sitla is the one asking, I guess this must be the part of the trail that's on their property that's not on BLM property.
Okay. That was my question as well, was if Sitla owns that property. Evan, can you speak on behalf of that?
I think I have little chunks. I think I have little chunks all throughout that area.
I agree with Ron. Eric says. Okay. If there's no other input, then let's vote. All right. Tommy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Tyson?
I think traditionally Scylla hasn't voted on their own projects in the past, so I'm going to abstain.
I will make note of that. Sorry about that. I should have known. Eric?
5.
Okay.
5.
5. Ron?
5.
Okay. Cheryl?
5.
Cody?
5.
And
5.
Great. That passes with flying colors. And that is with Tyson abstaining. Okay, so on to the next one. It's a travel management planning engagement. It is from Sage Riders Motorcycle Club of Utah. It's got Emery County. They're asking for a 50% match of $12,500. Total project is $25,000. It is for, oh my gosh, why did I forget that? It is for, how am I blanking on that? Access protection. Thank you. Okay. Is there any discussion on this one?
There's a lot going on down there right now, a lot. A lot of factions pulling different directions, and I believe it's going to be some good money spent. In fact, I believe we need to spend more money on this.
So Scott, is Paul going to be attending?
It looks like he's there, so he'll be responsible party, and I'm sure I'll be involved with it at some level, along with the normal people down here, I should say. So there's like I said, there's a lot of pressure, and I'm concerned that if we don't push hard, we're going to lose some more stuff. And it takes people at the legal end that knows what they're talking about and dealing it at that legal end. And if we don't have those people, we just lose.
Thanks.
Any other input? Chris, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I did, and thank you. So I echo what Scott is saying. I think in addition to that, the application made mention that had working relationships with a lot of different entities. We have a very similar working relationship out of the program with those same entities to provide comments and suggestions. You know, in some of those comments and suggestions, obviously, on the government side of things, we have to go through one umbrella or one agency compared to some of those other avenues and resources that are available from the private sector side of things. And that public comment is important. The current San Rafael Swell Travel Management Plan is open for public comment. So I would encourage each of you to talk to Evan and find out how you can submit comments, etc., regarding that. And you can also sign up for those email notifications when they're specifically agency driven through notifications through the federal registrar. So I just want to echo some of what Scott had mentioned and the importance of this concerning the swell.
Evan?
Yeah, hi. I know that, I'm kind of out of my element with this component of the FIG grant. I just want to throw it out there that, we may be funding individuals that we believe are representative of what the best interest of the OHV community is. And just a reminder to the committee that each individual that rides an OHV has a different interpretation of what's best for the community, what's right in the big picture. So I think this one just deserves consideration and caution. That where are we supporting something we think is supporting the interest of the program or the interest of the individual or the interest of the group they represent. So words of caution, and I'll step back. Thanks.
Anything else from anyone?
I'm not sure exactly how to comment on that, but there are different opinions, and that's true. If everything, if everybody believed the same thing, I'm not sure how life would work. We have people on both sides polling, and hopefully we have a more centrist view of what's happening in there. We just like to keep open the things that we've had traditionally in the past, and that is threatened, and it has been threatened, and we have lost.
Should we vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Tyson, did I start with you or sorry?
Yeah, this is good. 4.
Okay. Eric?
5.
Kirk?
5.
Ron?
5.
Gerald?
4.
Brody?
5.
Okay.
5.
And then Tommy?
5.
Okay. That passes with a 4.75 for 12,500. The next one is for the mining claims and access education project. Sponsor is the Adventure Fund, Salt Lake based. They're asking for $2,000, which is a 44% match out of 3,600. And again, it is access protection. The only thing that I had to say on this one is that in recognition, they put DNR, but I would just make sure to specify that it's parks, not DNR. And then, so it looks like it's for two sessions of 2-hour training by America Mining Rights Association focused in Washington and Iron counties in February and May. The first one will be a how to protect mining status, and the second one will be a field day. It'll simulate what is involved with the mining process. There will also be printed education material, and their duration of it is 4 months.
I'll comment. I thought that when I first seen this, I thought, you know what, I ought to sign up for this and just listen. It might be very interesting. How to vote on it, I'm not sure, but I thought it might be quite interesting.
Chris, do you have some input?
Yeah, thanks. Probably I'm going to use Brody's caveat here is I don't mean to pick, but we have a division in our own department known as the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. They have a similar educational thing that's or outreach and could probably work very, very closely with us in conjunction with the Adventure Fund to create and support and collaborate within our Department of Natural Resources. So I guess maybe, I come back and look at it and say, we have these processes to a degree already in motion working with our internal partners. For example, we're working with the mining reclamation section out of Dogum to create an informational kiosk with maps of open OHV routes in the Joshua Tree area located on the Dixie National Forest and BLM lands out west in Washington County. We also have other similar projects that we have started negotiations on with Dogum. So I'm not trying to be negative here. There may be already something in place, but anyway, just information.
Looks like Evan? Or just Tyson? Or Evan? Get Evan.
I'll go. So just in the project description, the second paragraph, it says the Adventure Fund proposes to execute a project to educate the OHV community about establishing and maintaining mining claims. And I don't know if establishing and maintaining mining claims is the proper avenue to ensure trail access. And I don't know if that's something that the OHV that we should be funding. Just from a trust lands perspective, if we have mines, and I can imagine from Dogum's perspective, if some of these mines or roads go to old mines that are abandoned but not reclaimed, I can't imagine that regulators or landowners would want additional traffic going to mines. So that's just my 2 cents.
I might also come back, and I know Brody's got his hand up. I just cut off, about 2 years ago, and I know Paul Gedge, I don't know if he's still on assisting us with the YouTube feed. We created a mining safety video in conjunction with the department and also Dogum to show and highlight OHV use, and there's a number of safety precautions that we work collectively on internally. Do they reach every avenue? No, they, like a lot of things, sometimes we don't reach everybody, but I guess I'm a little, potentially just a little, probably just trying to look at things that we already have in place that we could utilize to offer up resources from the agency standpoint to work in partnership with the Adventure Fund and not come back or cause a division to occur between those partnerships and the agencies. So anyway, I'll be quiet.
Go ahead.
So I won't speak for Washington County, but I'll speak for Iron County, which is where I'm at. This one puzzled me. A lot of the mines around here, close to the Cedar City area, are on private property, and so can't ride to them anyway. The other ones that are out in the outer part of the county are all on BLM land or state land and already have ATV trails to them, and they're open. You can go out and take a look at them. You can ride around them. I'm not sure why we need to do any of this other stuff. It's really puzzling. I kind of wish that they would have reached out to our local club to get our input, but they didn't, or even our county to get their input. And so just a puzzling one for me.
Ben Burr has asked if he can comment on this, if he could call into the meeting. Ultimately, it is up to the council to decide if they feel comfortable with that. What is everyone's thoughts? Is that okay?
Hey, you guys, I'm sorry, I got a little lost. Are we on project 32?
Yes.
Okay. I did a little homework. I'm not sure I really got the gist of what they were trying to do with this project. I think I'm kind of with Chris. But I did reach out to my counterparts in the mining component of BLM. And, you know, kind of the bottom line is that the mining claims should be used for mining, that we don't want to look at these as opportunities to do other things like build a personal cabin or encourage OHV route. You know, I know that the OHV route and quality experience is what this council supports, but mining claims from the BLM perspective are for mining first and foremost. I'm not sure I really got the gist of what they were trying to get at, but want to kind of share that with the team. I also noted that their application said something along the lines of once you get an ATV route to a mining claim that can't be taken away, or that is public access. And again, that's not true. Often mining claims of those sorts have special privilege for the people to access them on kind of a right-of-way type of basis. So this one I guess I was a little baffled and just wanted to make those points to the committee.
Okay.
I have another comment. Quite often when I go to meetings, at least in the area that I have for access protection and about trails, usually there's somebody in there that have mining claims out in that area. It's been interesting over the years that they're there because of access. And so, like I said, these are just comments I'm making, and I'm not sure how to vote on this thing, to be honest with you. But I still want to sign up for the program, Chris, so get me signed up.
Just to update everyone, I did send the link to Ben because he asked if he could defend his grant at all. So not sure I don't think he's on right now or on yet.
I guess the question is do we want to hear from Ben? Yay or nay?
Well, we've not allowed other grant applicants to comment. I think it would be fair to allow him to make a comment.
Okay.
Do you want to maybe move on to the next one and give him a minute to?
Yeah.
answer some of the questions he's heard us bring up. Does anybody have a problem with that? Is that all right with everyone?
I think that's okay on my part.
All right. Moving on to number 39. It's for the Butch Cassidy OHV Trail Connector. Oh, Ben is here. Okay. Ben, you're on.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to say, so I've worked with this group, the American Miners' Rights Association, for several years. Most of my engagements with them have been in the capacity of defending road closures that were being pursued, but we were able to keep them open because of mining claims in the area and working with miners, and that's how I got to know this group. And so they do, like, access protection is a lot of what they do as an advocacy group to protect small mining claim owners. As the gentleman from the BLM said, it's not a guaranteed access for the public, but I have, this group also owns mining claims, and they allow members of their organization to recreationally mine on their claims. And I've been to their claims, and they do use their status as claim owners to protect access to those claims for those who are members of that. Most off-road trails in Utah are built at some point to some kind of a mining operation. That's why we have so many miles and miles of roads to begin with. And to Brody, who's from Cedar City, we'd love to have your club be part of this. We were planning to invite all the local clubs if the grant got approved. The land you identified out in the west area of the county, which is all BLM land, that would be being at. The gentleman who would be preparing the research materials for this would actually look at both Washington and Iron County and find areas that are eligible for disposal, for mineral disposal, and so that you actually could go file active mining claims on there. And so I believe the off-road recreation community needs to work better with other public land users so that we have allies in our fights when we have to protect access. That would include ranchers and other recreation groups, in my opinion. And so to the extent there's a state agency that also oversees mining related issues, I've been involved in off-road advocacy for almost 10 years now, and I've never seen this state agency come and ask an off-road group if they would like to learn how to file mining claims and teach them how to do it. If they do have a program that does that, I'd love to be part of it, but I have never heard of it. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, Ben, we're gonna kick you off, okay? Okay. Okay. All right, do we want to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everyone, that is not what I want to be on. Here it is. Okay. It should be Eric.
2.
Okay. Kirk.
3.
Ron.
3.
Okay. Cheryl.
2.
Okay. Brody.
Oh, I'm going to go with a 3.
Okay. Scott.
I really want to take this class, but it looks like it's getting voted down. I'm going to put a 4 in there.
Okay. Tommy.
2.
And then Tyson.
2.
It did not pass with a 2.63. So if we move on to the next one, we will be on the Butch Cassidy OHV Trail Connector and feasibility study. This is from Piute County. It's a multi-county. They're offering 9%. They're asking for $12,500 with a total project cost of $13,700. It is for trail work. Let me see what else I have. I keep opening up the wrong thing. Okay. What number is this? 39. It's to connect Paiute Trail extension and Fremont OHV system. It's a feasibility study. It's to identify, they intend to identify the property ownership. They want to do NEPA, public safety, rider experience, and figure out the cost. It is a 1.5 year duration. Again, it's trail work.
I love trails, and I love putting money into trails. But Chris, do you have any comments on this? This seems like a lot of studies.
Yeah, and thanks, Eric. I actually did have my hand up. So this was something most of you are quite familiar with, the Butch Cassidy Childhood Home site that was developed several years ago, and our former program coordinator Fred Hayes and previous director played a key role in that. And I remember some of these initial discussions with Paiute County commissioners and other adjoining county commissioners. Is we drew it out basically on a napkin in the alfalfa field there at the childhood home. And when I say drew it out, we developed a vision of saying, well, now that we have this connector from a historic site to a major trail system, why couldn't we expand to the east and to try to incorporate some of the economic viability, garnering some of those rural counties, which consist Paiute, Garfield, and Wayne County. And so we came up with the Fremont system. And so along those lines is that the idea behind this is to try to identify and figure out what are the best alternatives, 1, 2, and 3 corridors. Some of this may sound familiar. It's very similar to what federal agencies use when it comes to travel management planning. But our concept here, and I don't say we, is I just tell you the program is in full support of this right out of the gate. And so we want to be able to identify the best route that's going to be a sustainable trail system while working with federal, local, and private entities in order to make that connectivity occur in the future. It's not going to be one of those things that happens overnight. And generally, most of us understand those things don't. But this is going to be a phased project over time. And so rather than just running willy-nilly through the fields like Hansel and Gretel, trying to decide what is the best route, we're actually going to work with specific designs in order to create a sustainable and long-term trail system that is relatively, hopefully, low maintenance free. I mean, every trail system has maintenance, but that's part of this. We want to get it right. And when I say we, I'm obviously saying in partnership with the counties, rather than maybe having to come back to the drawing board later. Does that help answer the question, Eric and others?
Yeah.
I do have a couple little concerns about it. I like the being able to connect the two trail systems together. I would like to have maybe more particulars in it. In ways it's a little vague of how they're going to spend the money. I perceive that they're going to have an engineer involved in it. Maybe they'll take a county engineer and get them involved. And if that's the case, yeah, I can see that amount of money being spent on doing this.
And Scott's my understanding in some of those discussions we've had over the last several months is, yes, it would be an engineering firm working cooperatively with those counties to develop just that. So it's not going to be something that isn't defensible or us taking those recommendations lightly after they're vetted.
I suppose I should have called and talked with them, and I should have. So that makes a change in my thoughts on it.
Any other insight or questions before we rank it?
Okay. Darren Bushman. Okay. Real quickly. He said that we would be using an engineering firm. And we were trying to avoid 5 years with BLM to get around to NEPA. Okay. Oh, wait, was there something? Okay. Kirk, I believe you were up.
4.
4. Okay, Rob.
5.
Daryl.
4.
Okay, Brody.
5.
Scott.
5.
Tommy.
4.
Okay. Jason.
4.
And then Eric.
4.
Okay, it passes with a 4.38. Moving on to the next one. This is from the Emery County Travel Bureau. It's for trails equipment. They intend to purchase a side-by-side. I believe it is for $12,500. Total project of $28,500. They're offering a match of 56%, and it is under other. Looks like they're intending to purchase a side-by-side. It's going to be used to transport equipment and travel. The duration is for 1.1 year. I was curious kind of like what trail work and other purchases. So they do have the actual Jorgensen Power Sports, the actual model that they intend to purchase. I think it just included. I just had a couple other questions, just mostly if I can get to it. Their budget, just because it says 1 year of mobilization and trail work done by the side-by-side, 500 hours. I just kind of wanted to know a little bit more about what their intended projects were.
Rachel, I probably have some more information on that because I reached out and talked a little bit to them.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This right now, they're doing a lot of trail work out there, a lot of maintenance work out there with the Trail Cat, and a couple of people are accessing, and they're using their own equipment to access it. This would be used to access equipment out there that they have. Use it to go back and forth as they're pulling things back and forth, equipment and tools and stuff to haul people. I believe it will be well used in helping to maintain the hundreds of miles that they have out there. In fact, more than hundreds of miles. And they spend a lot of time on the Trail Cat working. And so, again, they've been using their own equipment, their own side-by-sides, borrowing stuff. I believe it will be a good investment.
Thank you. Sorry.
Plus, they're matching with quite a bit of money, with cash.
I did it again. It's okay. Any other input?
Can
Go
I
ahead,
ask
Brody.
a question?
Tommy, do you want to go first?
Yes, please. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're
To
okay.
make sure I understand this correctly, the 30,000 is for the UTV only? Is that correct?
They have.
It says out the door is 16,920 for the Viking 6-seat Ranch Edition.
It's a total project.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
So they're including in their in-kind match, 500 hours of basically looks like volunteer time using the machine to do the trail work that the machine is hauling equipment to is the way I read it.
I'm sure they'll put that amount of time in there. They spend a lot of time out there working on stuff.
So it says in their project description that they're looking to buy side-by-side to carry equipment like culverts and augers and volunteers to harder reach areas. Yeah. And then also transportation.
Should we rate it?
Okay.
Chris have a hand up, or is it
No.
just glitching?
I think he just scratched. I don't know. All right, Ron, you are up first.
I'm going to do a 5.
Okay. Cheryl?
I'll do a 4.
Okay. Cody?
5.
Pat?
5.
Tommy?
4.
Tyson?
4.
Eric?
5.
And then
4.
Kurt. Okay, so that passes with a 4.5. Moving on to the next one. It's also from Emory County Travel Bureau. They're looking to purchase trail equipment, so trailers, signs, and tables. They are asking for $4,850 for a total of $8,100, 40% match, and it is for trail work. Yeah, it's a trailer. They're intending to purchase a trailer to haul their side-by-side, and then also carry equipment. And I think it's a trailer behind the side-by-side to carry equipment. Table, signposts. And I did not write down the duration of their project. Not the one.
Chris, did you have some input on this?
Yeah, and I'm not being picky here, but I'm just looking at the overall application at the very beginning, and the header says tablets. So what tablets are going to be purchased, or is it a typo? Is it tables? So I'm not trying to cloud it. I'm just trying to understand a little bit. And then I suspect that the actual trailer is probably to be utilized. No, we already awarded that. Never mind. Disregard that comment. So yeah, going into those particular areas, Scott may have more information, but it would be, so as I see on there on the budget, it's 3 tablets for trail mapping and cataloging. So
I'm gonna thread that.
So have we already utilized Trail 360 for that? And can't we incorporate that in? I'm not being picky.
A lot
I'm
of
just
people are
trying to.
using tablets to do georeferencing for like project locations, or like to be able to update that information to maps. I think that's probably where this is coming from, so that they can pinpoint exact locations on maps for project work to occur.
Any other input?
Initially, I thought it was a trailer to haul this side by side, but I was wrong. I guess I didn't look at it close enough.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
was gonna say, isn't it that and one to pull behind it to haul tools? I think it's that one to pull behind it and tablets and signposts. It's all of those.
There's 2 trailers, one to haul the side by side and one to go behind it.
I appreciate you guys clarifying it for me.
We ready to rate it, or does anybody else have a question, comment? Go ahead and do it.
Okay. Cheryl, I believe you are first.
4.
Okay. Brody?
4.
4.
Tommy?
4.
Okay. Jason?
4.
Eric?
4.
Kirk?
4.
Ron?
4.
Okay. Across the board, it's 4. So it does pass. Moving on to the next one. It is the Beaver County Jamboree. This is the one that had the wrong title for it. It's from Beaver County. They're requesting $12,500 for a total project of $19,298. It's a 35% match. And also, they had it listed as other, but ultimately, if it's for a jamboree, I put it for tourism. But correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. Oh, one thing is their timeline is only for a month, but based off their budget, it would have to at least be for a year because they intend to match funds over 12 months. So ultimately, it would just be a 12-month or at least a year timeline because they intend to. And then also on this budget, you can see where it had the 2021 Beaver County Trails Jamboree. Yeah, so their in-kind match is just for 8 volunteers, 2 hours per month times 12 months. So that's why it would need to be changed.
So I'm a little confused. Maybe I didn't get an updated application, but I was under the assumption they're trying to buy a trailer and some tents. It says outdoor party tents, 20 by 40 by 2, and a 7 by 14 trailer.
That is correct, Tyson.
If we didn't fund someone else's trailer, I don't know. Just so we're all on the same page. I don't think it's, unless I'm not understanding correctly right now, but I think they're asking for a trailer and a tent.
Yeah.
And I believe it's supposed to be for their jamboree.
Yeah, they're worried that COVID's going to cancel it, and that's why they want this tent. Because they're going all outdoors.
Want to rate it, or does anybody else have more input?
I feel awful about this, but tents and COVID are kind of the same thing. You're inside. This is just my thought. But I know we've talked about this application over and over. Maybe it's just because I'm missing Cliff a little bit. I don't know.
Okay. Anything else?
Rate it.
Okay. I believe Brody is up next. Brody?
Oh, I had a tough time on this one because of the trailer. I'm going to go with 3.
Okay. Scott?
4.
Tommy?
3.
Okay. Tyson,
2.
Eric,
3.
Kirk,
3.
Ron, and Cheryl.
3.
Moving on to the next one, it's for the Monroe City Recreation Restroom Facility, submitted by Monroe City. They're asking for $12,500. Total project is $30,000. Again, with this one, I considered it trail work other than tourism and other. So, real quickly, the budget, right off the bat, we asked for detail, and this one just says Monroe City. So ultimately, if we do approve this, we'd have to go back and get an updated budget because I can't work with that. So that's what I had to say about it. It looks like it's a restroom. 70% of it is supposed to be for OHV use. And then also on H5, it looks like they had a budget breakdown, but I don't know. Yeah. It looks as though it says that it is a facility will be constructed out of cinder block with toilets, sink that has hot and cold running water, motion activated lights, and will be heated year round. Monroe City employees will maintain the facility by regularly cleaning and stocking the restroom and paying for the power for the heat. We will also install a map of the local trails of Utah State Parks and Recreation, logo visible, and picnic tables will be available for the public to enjoy. Just wish I could have seen that in the budget. Oh, go ahead, Cheryl.
I just have a question for people that are maybe more familiar with this location. Do we feel like the primary use really is going to be OHV users? It kept talking about like the hot springs next to it and like general people coming to town. So that was one thing I'm just not sure. So if anyone has more information on that, I'd appreciate it.
So in Monroe, even though Monroe's spread out and everything, but it's just still a small town. They have one on the south end at the basically at the mouth of Monroe Canyon, and so I don't see a need for when we go riding there, which we ride there a lot. If there's a bathroom at the cemetery, we wouldn't stop because we'd stop at the bottom of Monroe, at the canyon, at the mouth of the canyon. There's really no trailheads over at the south end of town. You can't really ride up to the springs. It's private property. And everything else is fenced off. And then you're pretty much riding pavement to get into either Richfield or Annabelle to access the trails from there. So I'm not sure why they would need us to pay for a bath. And I like bathrooms, but I'm just not seeing a need for a bathroom at that end of town. I think it'd serve more of the cemetery people that go visit the cemetery than anything else.
I have a comment on that. I have my wife's family is all buried in that cemetery, so we spend quite a bit of time down there. And there is no bathroom at the cemetery. You can ask my son that there are plenty of trees there, but there is no bathroom at the cemetery. So I agree with Brody. I think the majority of the use is going to be people visiting the cemetery. There's certainly a lot of ATVs riding around, just because that's the preferred mode of transportation in Monroe. But I don't see groups riding by on their way to a trailhead out in that area. Whereas on the south end of town, I do see groups riding along that area. So I had the same thought you did, Brody.
Should we vote? Take that as a yes. So Scott,
3.
Okay. Tommy,
2.
Tyson,
2.
Eric,
2.
Kurt, Ron, Cheryl,
2.
and then Brody.
2.
Okay, so that did not pass with a 2.13. Moving on to the next one. We're almost there, guys. It's the number 46. It is the Color County OHV Trail Maintenance Shop. It's from Iron County. They're asking for $12,230 for a total project of $14,730. That is a 17% match. It is for trail work. We discussed this earlier pertaining to the secondary signature. There was COVID involved, and I believe the council can choose to overlook that. It's up to them. But this is for the purchase of a prefab shop to allow work on OHV supplies, equipment, including trail markers, travel sign info, cattle guards, kiosks, pedestals, etc. It's done by the county to include ground-based leveling, access to electricity, and small parking area. The only thing that I had to really note on this is 2 months seems, for all the work, I just think it's probably going to take a lot longer. The timeline, and maybe, I believe this one, I feel like their timeline may have just, yeah, it's only 2 months, but that could be in the spring. So, Eric?
Hey, Chris, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, let me pull it up. So, sorry, I was distracted so we're on the Color Country OHV Trail Maintenance Shop, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said before, we've worked hand in hand with Iron County approximately for about 6 to 7 years when we went statewide to reach out to a lot of the different rural counties and working hand in hand with identifying designated OHV routes and how they could utilize OHV trail systems as a sustainable economic income in their community. And tying those in, and Iron County has done a tremendous job. They've started out in the infant stage, and Mike Worthen and Reed Erickson have done an amazing job there. They've formulated a trails committee. They've identified priorities, needs. They've identified trails working hand in hand with the Dixie National Forest, local communities, and also the Cedar City BLM. So, this, even though it came out of a different pot, in the past, I want to remind the council that we have funded a structure, if you will, to protect equipment for a nonprofit organization, Ride with Respect. That was funded in order to do that. We've funded other trailers that, even though they're mobile, they still protect equipment and things along those lines. Iron County has routinely made an application to the quarterly grants in order to help them move the needle forward along those lines within their community. And I firmly believe that Iron County is with any type of application, they've definitely taken into account the necessary needs. And I think this is one of those items that they have prioritized in order to help sustain and maintain their OHV program within the county. And I don't know if that helped or hindered or just was a late evening response. I don't know.
Thank you. Chris.
Maybe both, but that's okay.
Okay.
Do you want to vote? Okay. Okay. Scott, I think it's your turn.
It's mine.
I think so.
4.
Okay. Tommy?
4.
5? Oh, 4. Sorry. Tyson?
4.
Okay. Eric?
4.
Ron?
4.
Carol?
4.
And then Brody.
I'm going for a 5.
Okay. So it passed with a 4.13. The next one and last one, we're almost there, guys, is the Garfield County Trail System maintenance. It's from Garfield County. They're asking for $12,500 with a total project of $25,000, 50% match, and it is for trail work. Let's see.
So it looks like they've received several grants just recently, a lot of them being equipment.
Mhm.
It looks like this one's to hire a seasonal guy to go operate that equipment that we funded for him. So I don't know, I look at it as we don't want that equipment just sitting there.
Garfield County is high on my list right now. I like the idea of somebody going out and doing some trail work. Believe me, they're up there. So I like this.
Are we okay with how vague it is that they're just doing trail work on some trails?
They could probably run a trail cat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they still wouldn't get it all done.
Chris, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And to hopefully maybe address some of the items is that like Scott has mentioned and Tyson had mentioned is the council has made recommendations to fund equipment. Well, now they have the equipment in order to utilize some of those obstacles because, D9 cats are not the same as a trail cat in order to conduct some of the work and perform those water bars, et cetera. So this would be an operator to help facilitate some of those needs rather than trying to rely on volunteers within the community. The community, the volunteers have definitely stepped up. We do not want to recognize what they've been able to accomplish, but this provides a consistent operator that allows the umbrella and the risk to be placed underneath the county for this seasonal employee to operate that equipment that will help sustain those volunteers to help as part of a trail crew. And Cheryl, yeah, some trails, well, I have no doubt in working with Brian Bremner and Caden Figgins that there's been a strategy developed on priority of trails along with the Garfield County Rough Riders working with the Powell Ranger District and also the BLM to a degree, and believe it or not, Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, because now we have some open routes there. And so that priority, knowing in the history and working with Garfield County, even though it wasn't identified in the application, I have no doubt that it's been discussed and they will and have a history of working cooperatively with those agencies that make up and comprise a lot of the public land access.
Do you vote?
Do it.
Okay. Last one of the night. Tommy,
5.
okay. Bryson,
4.
okay. Eric,
5.
Five.
Ron, Carol,
5, and I'll just throw out there that hopefully, I don't know, we can be consistent in the amount of detail that we're asking for applicants when they're submitting trail work projects.
I agree. Makes my life easier. Brody,
5.
okay. And Scott.
5.
Okay, that passes with a 0.88. And I'm going to save that. So right now, we are currently suggesting, well, recommending funding a little over $500,000. Sorry, looking at the wrong one. Sorry. For little under $500,000. And that would leave our leftover funds with still a little over $2.6 million.
Real quick, we had the 4 applications, 35, 36, 44, and 45. Was it Scott? Were you the one that had suggested we reconsider?
Can I make some comments?
Go ahead.
I believe that since we grouped these together, that they already have 20 letters of support. Essentially, there's the 2 groups that are doing this thing, and we might as well be inclusive of these 2 because they have, I believe, 20 letters of support.
Any thoughts on that? Anybody? Anyone interested in supporting that, considering those other applications to be letters of support?
I'm looking at this as a statewide project. I think that's what the intent of the program was, is to make this a statewide project to help celebrate the 50 years of the OHV program. I think if the grant wasn't limited to $12,500, that there would have been, $200,000, $300,000 applied for to put a statewide program on to highlight trails all over the state. And again, like I said, I think as soon as we group these together, that those letters of support, maybe we're inclusive. That's my opinion.
I think you have a point, Scott, but on the other hand, what happens next? We're setting a precedence here of, well, it's okay to not pay attention to the details. And in this scenario, we can consider an exception, but what does that set for a precedence for us moving forward?
We make exceptions all the time. I've seen it throughout my time here on the council. Yes, we need some rules, that's for sure. And do we need to stick to them? Yeah, I believe that's the case. I'm just thinking that perhaps we can push these in with it, with the exception that we did put them together, and we voted on them together. So I'm just thinking that pull them in with it and push them down the road.
My opinion is they've got plenty to work on right now. All they have to do is put the letters of recommendation and put them in the next quarterly meeting, and we can push them through. But let's get the letters put together specifically attached to each grant.
That's a good thought. That is a good thought.
Brody?
I was going to just throw out maybe a middle ground and say we vote on it contingent on them getting their letters in within the next day or two. And if they don't, then toss it till the next time.
My thoughts as I'm sitting here thinking about it are, one, does it harm the project overall? Does it harm the project overall if these 4 have to resubmit in 3 months? And I don't think it does, because they've got enough work to keep them busy for 3 months. So these ones might be a little bit later on. On the other hand, does it harm the quality of applications we get in the future if we say, well, your letters of support you can turn in after the fact? So I see, Scott, exactly. I agree with where you're coming from, but I don't see that it harms either of these 2 applicants in any way to just resubmit it in 3 months. And it kind of helps us out a little bit with putting some rules in place and sticking with them.
My only thought is, are these in the area that you would do at the beginning because they're in the southern part of the state?
Well, it's Wayne County, which is central.
Well,
Southern Central, kind of down, what would that be, by Loa and Fremont and that area? Is that where Wayne County is?
Let's see. What number is it? 30?
And then Orderville.
Also, we're doing County.
That would be in Kane County. Isn't that Kane County down there? That's down on the border. Both of these are down there, aren't they? Oh,
Kane County. Yeah, Kane County and Wayne County.
Okay.
So the Utah/ATV, Arizona ATV Club is also doing Kane County 3 trails and then the promotion.
That's true.
It's a different area. Yeah.
Different area, but still Kane County.
I would like to just proceed as we've already voted and consider these applications next quarter.
I'm okay with that too.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and close these out. Rachel, will you throw up that spreadsheet just one more time? And the ones that have been proposed to be funded are which ones? The ones that are the light orange? We got some weird colors going on. Our colors are overlapping. Maybe read off the ones that were not proposed to be funded.
Okay.
And then after that, I would entertain a motion to recommend the rest of the applications to the state.
So the ones that have not been recommended are the ones that have zeros next to them. So it is the event tent trailer from Paiute County. It is the used 4x4 for OHV support and transporting event trailer from the Paiute Chamber of Commerce. And then we also have mining claims and access education project for the Adventure Fund. And then the 4 that were disqualified. So they're all, 2 of them were from Orderville and 2 of them were from Wayne County. And there was also the Beaver County Jamboree and the Monroe City Recreation Restroom Facility.
I would accept the motion to recommend to the state the rest of the grants.
Second.
I'll make the motion.
I can't make the motion, so I need somebody to make the motion.
I'll make the motion. Kirkchester.
Do I have
Now
a
I'll
second?
second.
Who seconded?
Tyson Todd.
Tyson. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Are there any opposed? All right, so that is our recommendation. That took longer than I hoped, but much shorter than I feared. So thank you for your time on that. Let's go ahead and see if we can whip out the rest of this agenda pretty quickly. The next item is recommend the approval for the member at large replacement. Chris, can you give us synopsis on that?
Yeah, and so before we jump in there, I just want to give recognition to Cliff Coons, who filled that position for 8 years and did a wonderful job on the advisory council. And so, and I also want to give recognition to Dave Taylor, who filled the other vacancy known as the ATV safety side of things. On another note, I regretfully want to share some information about another advisory council member. And let me see if I can. So Bradley Wharton is going to resign from the council as he wants to focus on graduating from high school and moving towards his college education at hand. Therefore, he will be resigning as the youth representative on the council. His quotes goes on to say, "Thank you for the opportunity to serve along with you." End of quote. So just wanted to share that. So we will need to have that discussion at a later date and time. So in front of you, we supplied some applications that we received regarding the at-large position and also the safety position. I believe one applicant checked both boxes to serve as an either-or capacity rather than filling out two separate applications. So unfortunately, I don't have those applications in front of me as a hard copy due to some unforeseen meetings today. I was unable to be present in the office now. So yeah, that's hopefully each of you took the opportunity to review those applications and want to discuss accordingly to the agenda on the recommendation that I'll take moving forward. So.
I have a comment. I was impressed with all the applications. I was truly impressed with what these people have done that has applied. They're all very qualified people to fit these positions. So it's going to be difficult figuring out who to put where.
Do any of the council members have some recommendations of some of these applicants?
So this is Tyson and Vernal. I know one person. I don't know anybody else, but I know one person, Jason Blankenagel. He's here in Vernal. And I think he put together, and he's going for the at-large position. I think he put together a pretty strong application, and I can just vouch. He pretty much wrote the trails master planning for Duchesne, Uinta, and Daggett counties. He's been a really great partner to reach out to the landowners. I know he has several children that get involved with him with OHV, dirt biking, jeeping. And I've seen him at several activities for cleanup, trail maintenance. He's an engineer, has a really good technical grasp on things. And I think he would be a solid choice for at-large. I also think it'd be great for I don't know, having that kind of technical expertise as well as the just on the ground experience. I think you do a great job.
Brody, you raised your hand.
So I'm gonna speak on. I'm gonna recommend Fred Christensen for the safety position, and I'm also going to abstain from the vote because he is related to me. Fred is one of 4 people that started the Paiute Trail system, and so he has been involved in ATVs, OHVs, and anything to do with wheeled machines for going back to since the beginning of time. He is a current ATV safety instructor, and I believe, maybe Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, one of very few safety instructors that actually teach hands-on in the state. And he's been doing that for years. He lives and breathes safety, and so he has helped to not only with the Paiute Trail, but he is in the process of expanding the Paiute Trail ATV system. And so he rides 6 days a week. He's out there all the time. So I'm just gonna throw that plug in there for Fred.
Any other input?
So I've worked with each one of the applicants across the board, and Shannon Bushman, I've worked with him very, very closely on the development and establishment of the Trails 360, along with other projects promoting the off-highway vehicle program. The other at-large position, as just like what Tyson had mentioned, I've worked very, very closely with Jason out of the basin when we first started that collaboration on the Trails Master Plan associated within UN and Daggett County. And Jason's done a very good job of trying to engage the OHV community, and has worked very, very closely with the local club there known as the U-Rats. James King is a trail host. A couple years ago, James received, or Jim, as he goes by, received the Volunteer of the Year for Trail Host regarding that. He's very, very active in and around the Paiute system, specifically right around the Paiute County area, and trying to work in general with local municipalities to further the cause in and around Circleville. Doug McMullen, he's been a member of the Paiute Trail Committee, actively involved with the Sevier Valley OHV Club. I believe he was the vice president at one point. And Dave McEwen, he's been all things OHV related across the board, a very strong candidate where he's not heavy in one particular machine or the other. He's just very well versed. So those are the at large that I discussed, and not to combine the two together. Like we said, Dave also made application for the safety position, and then just echoing what Brody talked about. Fred is one of only 2 instructors that teaches hands-on education courses. Fred probably single-handedly has taught over 10,000 youth across our state. He's been actively involved in that regard, sits on the Paiute Trail Committee, and he also previously sat on the OHV Advisory Council. So there's some previous experience there. So just my take on each one of the applicants.
I would like to just mention that Shannon Bushman one of his letters of recommendation was from Cliff Coons, who fulfilled that position previously. So that's certainly something to consider. And also he has been pretty active with the council. He's visited a lot of our meetings as both as a member of the public and also as an applicant. He's been involved with Cliff and Tommy in the FIG committee. So he's kind of helped develop some of the rules that we've been following, help put that together. Just wanted to mention those items. I think he'd be a pretty good fit.
Why can't we just put them all on the board? They, like says, they have a wealth of knowledge. I'm impressed. In fact, I was ready to call them and say, hey, I'll relinquish my post and let you guys have it because you're very qualified. I'm just impressed with all of them.
Yeah, it's a tough choice, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you guys feel like any of them bring a different knowledge to get set to like different parts of the state or different working groups? Because I agree, I was having a really hard time figuring out what I was going to base a vote off of because they all had such strong, I don't know, skill sets. So.
Usually I go by what jumps out at me first, and this Jason from the Uinta area, Basin area, I for some reason his deal popped out. I'm not sure because he's riding a dirt bike in the picture there, and I'm a dirt biker guy. I don't know, but his deal popped out. You know, you really don't know until years down the road of how good a job they did. But in the past, they have been, all of them have been involved. I mean, most of their lives in doing stuff, every one of them.
Let's vote.
How do you think we ought to vote? Give me some advice here, guys. Should we just each vote a name or rate them?
I think give them a number.
Okay, just do 1 through 5 like we've been doing and see where they land.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good with that. Just write these down.
Yeah.
Rather than make a new spreadsheet.
I would appreciate that.
All right, should we?
I can do roll call.
Do we start with the safety position? Maybe whittle that down.
I would prefer the bigger number first, but
okay. Yeah, I don't have a preference. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's do 1 through 5. Let's start with Dave. I'm just going to go in the order that I have them stacked here. I don't think they're in any particular order. They're just the way I have my pile right here. Let's start with Dave McEwen. Okay, do you want to call out the order?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'll just start with Brody because you're showing up first.
Okay, so now how do you want me to do this?
Do
you want me to just give you my top 3?
Well,
I'm just confused.
let's just rate them each. So Dave McEwen, what would you give
Maybe
him?
I think you could rate all of them with a 5 if you wanted to. And
Yeah.
so
So, but you want me to rank them 1 to 5?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's
So
do
I've-
one at a time, I think.
All right.
Ron,
Chris,
before we go, I would encourage the chair to make this as anonymous as possible.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would be my
So
suggestion.
everybody
so we're not-
close your eyes.
Can we just name our top 1, all of us, and that'll give us the answer.
Why don't we do it in the chat? And then, so we'll start
Can
with.
we chat anonymous?
Should we send it to Rachel's email? All
Yes.
of us
Yeah,
have.
do that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt, this is Paul Gedge with the technical side of the live stream.
Yeah.
If you would like, I would be glad to put the YouTube recording into a silent break period if you'd like to take 5 minutes to vote so that the chat or any other form you have remains closed to the council voting procedure.
Thank you for that. Thank you for doing that. Yes. Please.
I will come back to you, but we will suspend the YouTube until 9:15 p.m.
Great, thank you so much. Okay. Do we still want to email?
Let's just name our top one or two. Let's name our top 2.
Okay.
By number 1 or number 2, and we'll be able to tell at the end of that who it is if you keep score, Rachel.
Okay. So we're gonna start with the bigger one. So it is going to be the member at large replacement. Ultimately, I'm just gonna tally them. Okay. Do we want to make a recommendation?
Do we need to do that as a motion?
Yes, it's an action item.
It's an action item. All right,
And
so
make it-
from the discussion that we had while we were offline, would somebody like to make a motion for our recommendation for the at-large council member?
I'd make a motion for Jason Blankenangel to be the at-large member for the OHV Council.
Do I have
I'll
a second?
it. Tommy George, second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right.
So we have two for the off-highway vehicle safety. We've got Douglas Fred Christensen, but I believe he goes just by Fred Christensen. And then we got David McCoon. Do we want to do exactly what we just did last time? But you just pick one?
Yes.
Okay.
We are live again.
Yes, we are live.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and put the meeting on break with the 5-second countdown, starting now.
5 minutes.
You are now off the record. on the record.
Thank you.
All right, so based on the discussion that was made offline, I would entertain a motion for our recommendation for the safety, off-highway vehicle safety position.
This is Kirk Chester. I'll make a motion to nominate Fred Christensen for the position of the off-highway vehicle safety position.
Do I have a second?
This is Scott Wheeler. I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And any of the Brody, yeah, we, so Brody Johnson and Evan Glenn,
Yeah.
Evan Glenn both abstained from the vote that was offline. All right, I think that does it. All right, Chris, do you have an update for us on the OHV program?
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I'm hoping that Rachel can jump in there and do the presentation for me electronically. So over the last several years, I know the council has requested that the program develop an annual report. And so rather than going into great detail tonight, given our hour and other time commitments for us, I wanted to roll out the, so to speak, the state of the OHV program. You've heard of the State of the Union. Well, we'll just go with the state of the OHV program. So with Rachel's great assistance, along with Mike Thomas's input and information as well, the OHV program has created a 2020 calendar year report. And so I'm just going to go over that in details. We will make this available to each of you electronically and provide that to you. Rachel, could you increase the font size? My eyes are going a little crossways with a recent text message I got. So I'm a little blindsided at the moment. So our education numbers, and keep in mind, this is for the calendar year. So even in a COVID situation last year where things really slowed down, our education numbers pretty much held in normal average. On average, we teach about 3,500 youth and adult. And last year we were slightly above that, as you can see that number at 37, 34. That includes our online 2 private vendors, along with our 2 hands-on vendors. So, and internally, we teach other government agencies, such as the Box Elder County Weed Department, Forestry, Fire, and Sovereign Lands on our UTV hands-on education course, and give them the tools to be able to teach internally within the respective agencies. The state OHV grant obviously kicked off in January of 2020, and we have the quarterly information there. So throughout the calendar year, we received 41 grant proposals, and the council made recommendations, and the state park board approved 30 out of 41. That total amount was just slightly under $304,000, and the average application grant was a little more than $10,000. The annual, or the traditional, the council recommended 12 out of 12, which were completely funded, and that average, or that total cost was almost $850,000, just slightly thereunder, with the average application being close to $71,000. Rachel, could you scroll down, please? All right, we highlighted obviously some of the great things Rachel's been working on with the state OHV grant. We're going to move over into a little more of Mike Thomas's world and what he does when it comes to stewardship projects and trail hosts. Now, keep in mind that we were, for the bulk of the majority of the calendar year, we were under a governor's executive order to adhere to social distancing, limiting our meeting in-person contacts in order to minimize the spread of COVID-19. So our project totals last year were very, very weak. However, a high percentage of those occurred in the latter part of 2020. After we had a little more information, we were able to combat that. So we had 5 total projects, and one project that we wanted to highlight is trail cat work that completed in St. Pete County on the Backbone Trail. This was a coordinated effort with Castle Country OHV Association, St. Pete County representatives, and our own division staff, which included things along the lines of the division staff included local state park representatives from around the St. Pete County area, from Schofield State Park to Palisades State Park. Along the same lines, our trail host program, we taught 5 courses. Once again, because of COVID, we had some restrictions placed upon us, and we're looking at some innovative features that we hope will continue to educate and provide trail host opportunities regarding that. So we taught 5 courses over the calendar year. The host mileage, now these are all volunteers that filed a report and reported back to us. They traveled almost 1,400 miles across our 80,000 mile trail system, in disseminating information to the public, to render aid, and to be there of great value and service. So one of the host highlight projects that we'd like to discuss is that we multiple trail hosts participated in the Ride the Corridor event hosted by the Carbon County Office of Tourism. There were 42 machines and with 65 participants that were trail hosts, and they positively represented the OHV Trail Host program and pretty much spoke with each of the ride participants. You can scroll down a little bit, Rachel.
Sure can.
Thank you. So as we continue, and this is a 1-pager front and back. I don't believe we need to have a 99-page booklet going forward, just highlighting some of the things. So in 2020, there was a lot of negativity about 2020, but I want to share with you that the OHV program is still functioning at a high level. We had some setbacks, but our registration numbers increased almost 5% last year during the calendar year. Those specific machine types are broken down. In 2019, the previous registration numbers were a little more than 202,000. We're currently coming in at 213,850 machines. And as you can see, they're broken down regarding their specific machine type. Snowmobiles increased almost by 800 machines, and that may not seem like a lot, but that's higher than it's been in the last 5 to 6 years. So I want to report some positive stuff there. Talk along the same lines, if you could scroll down, Rachel. We also saw almost a 39% increase of non-resident permits from the previous year. Now, some of you might go, wow, that's amazing. Well, I don't want to sound like it's too rosy. Keep in mind that the mandatory reciprocity went away beginning January 1st of 2019. And so a certain percentage of that is attributed to that law that was enacted. And and done. But I would like to say, hey, in years past, we only averaged right around 22 to 23,000, 20,000 non-resident permits. But last year we jumped up to more than 28,000 non-resident permits, and we've ordered 35,000 this year in anticipation of being able to sell out. Or meet those demands from those visiting from outside the state. Some of the other highlights that I wanted to cover is, as most of you know, we were successful with constituent support, and we were able to create a state OHV program grant administrator, hence Rachel's position and the great job that she's doing. We successfully worked with a private landowner around Monte Cristo, and we purchased approximately 28 acres to secure OHV riding access, not only for that winter trailhead opportunity, but also the summer trailhead riding experiences. We purchased a new snowcat for the Wasatch Mountain Grooming Complex. That's ironically got broken in last week, and by the term broken in, I mean actually used. So we are out grooming and actively been doing so at the Wasatch Mountain Complex for about a week. We advanced the 360-degree trail mapping website for development and promotion. And some of those discussions took place earlier this evening regarding some of those grant requests. And probably the last thing we want to highlight is we worked with 9 different counties within Utah to develop 9 different COVID-19 OHV safety messages in order to keep the economic drive engine moving forward regarding OHV access and trail opportunities in our state. So those are some of the highlights. That's what I wanted to cover with you tonight. We'll post this on our social media platforms, along with having it available on our OHV program website. So that's our annual report. So that's what I wanted to share. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns from any of the advisory council members?
Great job. It's amazing what's been going on.
Appreciate what you guys do as a program.
Thank you. And obviously each of you are part of that, along with the registered owners and those that give back. So I just have the opportunity to work with some outstanding people and cherish that daily. Rachel, your hand was up.
Just kind of giving an update on the outlook of the fiscal incentive grant. That sound like a good idea? Okay.
I don't know what's on what's next on the agenda. So
your program update was the last item on the agenda prior to establishing our meeting date.
Okay, so yeah, if you want to jump into Rachel with some exciting news, I'm sure it'll tip Cheryl over because she's been blowing up my phone. So this will tip her over. So
ultimately, the Fiscal Incentive Grant Committee met, and we decided that we want to be able to use all our funding before it gets taken away from us, because that is always a possibility. And as you guys know, we're still kind of only barely scraping the surface. Right now, we are allowed to get $3.5 million. It is in a restricted fund, so we do have to ask for it. Ultimately, the the Fiscal Incentive Grant Committee, which is composed of Chris Haller. It is with Brett. Why am I blanking on Brett's last name?
Stewart.
Thank you. I don't know. I was thinking Strong. I don't know. Brett Stewart. Also, Ron Tolman is now on it. he stepped in for Tommy, and then also Cliff Kuntz. So that the committee decided that they would diminish the annual grant and combine it with the fiscal incentive grant, the quarterly version of it. So do away with the annual, and then ultimately, instead of the 12,500, we are going to allow there to be no limit, so they can request as much as they want, but it's so that we can utilize the funding. Obviously, the no limit can be changed in the future, but as of right now, I have updated our website, our frequently asked questions page, to reflect that. Also tomorrow, there will be a press release being posted on our Facebook page to explain this. Just wanted to inform you guys. I will include you guys in on the press release as well. Cheryl just said that she just checked the website and was going to ask. Yeah, we just ultimately, it might overcomplicate my life, but we don't want to lose our funding. So little things will change, but we will keep you up to date on that. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's exciting. That'll be good to not limit what people can apply for quite as much, and maybe we can get a little bit bigger projects, and instead of having 47 tiny little projects, maybe maybe we would have had in the future, we would have a few larger projects that we could combine into one, or get this money out on the ground and get it used for OHV use. Let's go ahead and second to last item on our agenda is to establish the next meeting date.
So we close out on, I believe it's April 15th that it's closed. And then the State Parks Board meets on the 20th of May. So pretty much a month later. So that's when we would need to have recommendations in by. I would say something either the last week of April or the first week of May. That's what I'm recommending.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks for recognizing my hand was up. So I think before we jump there, I'd like to just slightly circumvent and say, do you want to hold two separate meetings, or do you want to combine the RTP with the quarterly April grant? It's entirely up to you, but keep in mind that the RTP is due Saturday, May 1st, and I'm sure I'll have people show up at my house. And so that's the deadline, is May 1st as established in an administrative rule. So it's a council-based decision by all means. I'm not trying to influence one way or the other, but wanted to pitch that out to each of you.
Is May 1st the deadline for the applications to be in, or is that the deadline for us to make our recommendation?
No, that's the application deadline date for RTP.
Okay. What does the council members think? Do we want to combine those and have one longer meeting?
With food.
Longer than this one?
Maybe. I hope not.
I would suggest we combine them. I mean, I'd rather get through them all.
Okay.
Brody's giving me the thumbs up, so.
I'm okay with that too.
Okay. So Rachel, does that change the dates that you would be able to have the applications all ready for us to begin reviewing? And
So if we wanted to make the board meeting, we would have to probably do something the week of the 10th through 14th. Do you guys think that you would have enough time from May 1st to review all the motorized RTP?
Are you saying May 10th through the 14th would be our sometime in that week would be our meeting?
That's if you wanted our fiscal incentive grant recommendations to be approved.
Right.
I believe that the RTP needs to go out to UDOT, not the board.
So just so you are aware, May 11th through the 14th is the Beaver County Jamboree.
Okay, so most likely not.
We're not getting those applications. Like if the deadline closes May 1st, it typically takes a little while for you to even get those to us, right? So there's no way if we're only talking a couple of days to be able to review.
Okay, and the next board meeting is on the 19th of August. So ultimately we would have, I believe, an additional meeting prior to that so we'd be approving 2 cycles of the fiscal incentive grant recommendations at that board meeting. Does that make sense?
I think it'd be kind of unfortunate to delay like approval for the ones that come in April till July. When are the due dates for those FIG grants? It's the middle of April, right?
Yeah.
And so then we would wait till July for final approval?
That would be August.
August.
And you would also there would be 2 grant cycles that would need to be proposed at that August meeting for FIG because you'd have the April and the July meeting. So, I know we don't want to have extra meetings, but, I believe the RTP will be somewhat streamlined this year because in the past we've had, the annual state OHV grant or traditional rolled into that and had a discussion. We've also, on average, receive about 20 to 25 applications for RTP. So I suspect the bulk of the majority of the meeting would be focused on FIG. So, we got a little more time to play with on the RTP side of things. And as a program coordinator, looking at it, I would value trying to keep our state FIG program moving in a positive step forward and not us causing that hiccup. And when I say us internally in government causing that to be slowed up by potential projects that could start, Memorial Day if they have their agreement in place.
What's the date of the UDOT meeting that the FIG or the RTP needs to be in by?
Typically, Ron, I have to present twice in order to go through a public comment period. So the first meeting, we will need to ensure that we're on the agenda for the June meeting. Transportation Commission does not meet in July, and then we come back for approval in August.
Okay, so we would need to have the RTP done by early June.
Yeah. Obviously our meeting and then the combined council meeting where we bring in the non-motorized element. So, it gives you a little breathing room, or I should say would give the council a little breathing room to do FIG at the end of April. Then they come up for air and then have some time to review those RTP applications with a meeting, maybe the week of the 17th or even the week of the 24th, just prior to Memorial Day. Just some suggestions. I'm not trying to guide the council anyway, just looking at some options there.
You suggested late April for FIG and then late May for RTP. So splitting them up.
Yeah, I agree with Chris. I just don't want to delay the FIG if we don't need to. And I mean, if people can get working on stuff, that's the whole field season. They'd basically have to implement whatever gets submitted for that one.
So let's look at so what that last week of April, first week of May timeline again. Maybe does everybody like when we just have the doodle poll sent out? We all mark our preferences after we have an opportunity to look at calendars.
Yes.
Yes.
I would entertain a motion to, because this is an action item, to follow that. Have a doodle poll sent out to determine the exact date of the meeting.
I will make the motion that we send out a doodle poll.
Okay, is that Tommy?
Yes, please.
Do I have a second?
I'll
second the motion.
This is Eric. I feel like I've really contributed to this meeting tonight.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, so we will have, I guess Becky would be the one actually sending that out, a doodle poll sometime in the next little bit. For last week of April, first week of May, so we have a chance to look at our calendars. All right, well, I think the last item is to adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion that we adjourn.
All right.
I second it.
Okay. I don't think we need to vote on that, do we? Or do we?
All in favor?
Everybody in?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed to that, right?
Good night, folks.
Thank you.
See you guys. Have a great night.